almost as if you all knew it was time to start. Thank you very much. Right. So, good evening, everybody, and welcome to firstly councillors, including new councillors and members of the planning committee, officers who are in the room with us this evening, as well as those joining us remotely, and members of the public, that both those who are speaking on the items that we have on the agenda this evening, and also to everybody that's joining us this evening as well. Before the meeting starts, I'd like to invite the committee clerk, Caroline Jenkins, to explain how proceedings are going to work and to take a brief roll call of everyone who's attending remotely.
Thank you very much, Chair. I know there's one gentleman who's attending remotely tonight, and that's Mr. Armstrong. Just want to make sure you can hear us.
Yes, hello, I can hear you. Hopefully you can hear and see me.
Okay, yeah, that's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the rules of debate: if a member wishes to speak, they should use the speak button located on the microphone unit. The microphone will light up green and the chair will be alerted to your request to speak. When the chair invites you to speak, your microphone will be made live and will turn red, at which point you can speak. When the public participants are invited to speak, their microphones will be made live by the committee officer. When requested to vote, voting will be via the yes, no, abstain buttons on your microphone unit. Details of how members voted will be shown on the screens around the room, and the result will be visible on the YouTube stream. In the event of a tie, in the event of a tied vote, the chair will have the casting vote. And are there any questions before we start the meeting? No, so I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And before I launch into the agenda items, just a tiny bit of housekeeping. Obviously, those of you who are speaking on items should have been advised of the relevant time limits. I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute left to go. If you're in mid-flow, I will try to be as unintrusive as possible so that everybody is able to say what needs to be said on their relevant piece without feeling unduly flustered or under any more pressure than you might already feel under in this room. I know it can sometimes be a bit intimidating. I know we've got a lot of people joining us as well who've got keen interest in the items on the agenda tonight. When we ask for questions, those people that are going to be asking the questions are members of the committee, and those people who will be providing us with the answers are our officers in the room or remotely, and also those participants who have joined us to speak on the items. I know that a lot of you might have strong opinions and feelings and wish to express views, but if I could just ask that, you try and keep it as quiet as possible so that everybody is able to focus on the work that needs to be done, and we can make some really good, robust decisions. And I know that your councillors and ward advocates will quite happily speak to you outside the room and subsequent to today as well, if you've got concerns left over from tonight. And just, I guess, a brief note to politicians. Obviously, there's a general election going on at the moment. This is not a political space. If anybody is being unreasonably political, I might give them a stern look or a slight word, and I will cut off any political speeches as well. All right, housekeeping done. Agenda ready to go. So, item number 1, apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillor Tom Tyson, and having given due notice, Councillor John Claydon is going to substitute for Councillor Tyson, and Councillors Ian Mantle and Mick Debenham are filling the Labour vacancies on the committee for this evening's meeting. Are there any further apologies? Nope, I think that's everyone. Lovely. Item number 2 is the minutes from the Planning Control Committees of the 21st of March and the 11th of April. For the purposes of clarification, as the question is sometimes raised, the minutes of the previous meetings can be moved and seconded by members who were not present at that meeting, although it is preferable that those who were not present should abstain from voting and commenting on the motion. So, that being said, I'd like to propose that we take as read and approve the minutes of both of those meetings as a true record of proceedings. Could I please have a seconder? Yep, I see Councillor Mason. Thank you very much. And are there any comments from members? See no one indicating. Lovely. Could we have a vote on that, please, Caroline? There we go.
That motion is carried, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And an example of members abstaining as they were not present at the last meetings. Right, so notification of any other business. Those of you who have seen how long this evening's agenda is will thankfully note there have been none. With reference to the length of this evening's meeting, I'm going to propose that we take a break after the second substantive application that we're hearing tonight, which is the land adjacent to Oakley and south of Cowards Lane, in order to allow members to refresh themselves, etc., etc. Chair's announcements. Firstly, in accordance with council policy, this meeting is being recorded. The recording will be available both on the council's YouTube channel as well as on the council's ModGov site, alongside the documents from this evening's meeting. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded to make declarations of interest before an item, and the detailed reminder about this and speaking rights is set out under the chair's announcements on the agenda. To clarify matters for registered speakers, members of the public in groups of supporters or objectors have up to 3 minutes per person. Where there is only one public supporter or objector, then that member of the public will have up to 5 minutes. There are separate groups for people registered as member advocates excuse me. There are separate right. I will read the correct line. There are separate groups for people registered as member advocate objectors, member advocate supporters, and for the applicant, their agent or representative. And this is up to 5 minutes per group. So if you're a ward advocate, you've got 5 minutes. If you're the applicant or if you're the sort of main objector on the thing, then that's 5 minutes. All of you should have been told what your speaking time is, and I'll let you know whether you're a 3 minute or a 5 minute before you speak. All speakers will receive a warning, as I said, when you have 1 minute remaining, and following the conclusion of your time, councillors will be invited to ask questions. At the end of your allotted time, you'll be advised that the time allowed has ended, and I'd be very grateful if you could wrap your point up swiftly. Right, so section 4.8.23a of the Constitution, for the purposes of clarification, in order to vote on an agenda item at this meeting, a member must be present for the entirety of the debate and consideration for that item. If a member leaves the room at any point of the item, they will not be able to vote. In respect of that, if anybody is flagging or if we need to take a comfort break, I will make sure that we do so at the appropriate points in the proceedings. So, public participation, we've got a lot of people registered to speak this evening. I'm just going to read through those people and double check that you're all in the room. So, firstly, I have Neil Dodds, Hugh Love, Councillor Nigel Mason, Neil Farnsworth, Peter Barrow, Ian Woods, Derek Collins, Councillor Munster, Rachel Kaplan, James Colgrave, Julie Southard, thank you, Mark Goddard, Edward Wainwright Lee, Stuart Redaway, Councillor Nash, Jill Eaton, Emma Talbot, Councillor Barnard, who I have seen, I can't see at the moment. Yep, there we are. Thank you, David. Parish Councillor Yvonne Hart. Thank you. Councillor Peace, who will be excused for the relevant item as well. And AJ Shome. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I've missed some. Oh, I apologise. I've missed someone as well. Parish Councillor Nicola Price. Thank you very much. Right. Have I missed anyone? Is there anybody who thinks they should be speaking whose name I haven't read out? No? Jolly good. Right, so that brings us on to our first substantive item, which is application 23/00563 FP, land on the south of Oton Head Lane, Hitchin, Hertfordshire, SG5 2NA. Councillor Mason, I believe you need to declare an interest and move to the public speaking gallery following your speech.
Yes.
Yes.
Does someone want to point me to where I'm supposed to go? And chair.
I think it's the members' room or room 2.
Yeah, no. I meant now.
No. Yep. And the reason that Councillor Mason is removing himself from the podium at this point in time is he will be acting on behalf of residents in his ward on this application. So he will not be taking part in the decision making. There we go. Excellent. Right. Then if we are ready to begin, I will ask Ben Glover to present the report on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, all. So before we start the presentation, I have a few updates just to run through. So my first update is in section 2.1 of the report, under development management policies, I've referred to policy HT6 of the local plan. Please note that this should be referred to policy HT3. Policy HT3 contains a site-specific criteria for land south Oton Head Lane. Policy HT3 has been considered an address within the body of the report. The next update in section 4.3.1 of the report, I refer to my report presented to Planning Control Committee on the 15th of February 2024, which has been available to view on ModGov since before that meeting. This report was considered and voted upon by members deciding to defer taking a decision to enable the applicant to review the potential pedestrian access point to the southeast of the site, of the application site, and for the wording and requirements of recommended condition 8 regarding the local cycle pedestrian network audit to be reviewed, and that this report presented tonight it concentrates on addressing the reasons for deferral. Also within next update for me, within my reports, I also refer to Alexander Greaves as King's Counsel. He should be referred to as Counsel only. Next update in paragraph 4.3.16, the officer report states that the highway code does seek to address the design of highways but their use. This should instead read as the highways code does not seek to address the design of highways but their use. Update 5 in section 4.3.25 of my report. The North Wales Council monitoring fees are missing from that table. The applicant has agreed to monitoring fees, which would amount to £1,680, and this will be included within the site section 106. And finally, the applicant and agent have agreed to the proposed pre-commencement conditions that I've listed within the reports. So if you go on to the presentation now, please. Thank you. So if we go on to the first slide. Okay, so this is the site location of land south of Oton Head Lane. The site lies to the south of Oton Head Lane, a restricted byway that runs across the northern boundary of the site. The site is not within a conservation area and is not within the green belt. Next slide, please. So this is our first photograph taken from Westbury Close, looking down lower innings towards where the proposed access would be situated. Next slide, please. So this is the existing pedestrian link between lower innings and Oton Head Lane. Next slide. So this is now taken from within the application site, looking northwest with properties on Westbury Close on the right side there. Thank you. So again, taken from within the site, looking northeast, looking southwest with properties situated in Bowler's End to the south of the site, visible on the left there in the background. Thank you. Next slide. So this is another photo taken looking northeast within the site with properties on Westbury Close and Oton Close visible in the background. Next slide. Thank you. It's taken from inner site looking west. Next slide. This is taken from Oton Head Lane, looking into the sites with, again, properties and Bowler's End there in the distance looking south. Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is a photo taken from the northeast of the site. So I am standing next to properties that are on Oton Close to my left. I'm looking towards the sites down Oton Head Lane. Thank you. Next slide. Another photo taken from within Oton Head Lane, looking east with the application site to my right-hand side. In the next slide. So site location plan, red line. Next slide, please. So this plan is the proposed site layout with vehicular and pedestrian access off Lower Rinnings to the north and 3 additional pedestrian links that link to Oton Head Close, also along the northern boundary of the site. To the north of the site is the proposed play area, which is just to the right of the access. The site road is forms a U shape through the site, and the site is bound by a proposed pedestrian footpath and vegetation. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed soft landscaping plan for the northern half of the site. So this plan includes details of planting but also the access points through the sites, parking, property layout, etc. So next slide, please. So similar plan, but for the southern half of the site. Thank you. So this is the proposed street elevation cross section of the site. The smaller plan on the top right-hand side of that, this plan shows where the cross section has been taken from. So this shows the various frontages of properties and how they would appear. Similar again, but this is different. Just more views, more cross sections of the site showing kind of the proposed street scene. Next slide, please. And then this is the proposed playground, the lap playground to the north of the site, which would be, as I said earlier, just to the right of the access. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. Do councillors have any questions for the planning officer? Yes, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I notice at 4.2.2 that you say most units now have solar panels. Could you elaborate how many out of the 43, please?
If we can show you the site layout plan, if we can cycle back to that plan, please, on the big screen on the screens. I believe it is all of them, although I have from memory, I believe a couple that aren't facing the right direction to benefit from sun's bar throughout the day are missing panels. But it may be actually all of them. We can next plan. That's it. So yes, I believe it is all properties that have solar panels on them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I have one further question?
You may.
The affordable housing, there are 11 units for rent. Are any of those social rent?
Yes, please they are. No, there should be set out in my reports. Let me just find that.
I think it's on page 94 at the top.
Okay, I didn't
But
see that one.
I've got the affordable and social, social and affordable rent, 21 homes. but within that, I haven't got the split out of which are the affordable
Yes.
social and which
Yeah.
are the affordable rent.
No, I haven't got the figures to hand exactly.
But there are some
but
social.
there are
social.
some. yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Mantle.
Thank you. What arrangements are being proposed for the maintenance of the communal areas, in particular the play area, and what controls are there to make sure that the maintenance actually happens?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I believe I'm fairly confident it'll be a management company that'll take over management of the site, but I'm sure the applicant who's here tonight can confirm
Yeah.
that.
Now, the second part of the question is what is going to be in place to ensure that the management company actually manage?
I imagine that would be an agreement between the Section 106 agreement.
Yes, there will be provisions within the Section 106 agreement to ensure that that the management company manages the open spaces and the landscaping, etc.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Billing.
Hiya. I noticed that the access is all along the lane. It concerns me that that doesn't provide much disability access, specifically along that lane. Would the only access would be along the main road?
I suppose I wouldn't know the widths of the smaller links to Oton Head Lane. Oton Head Lane itself is wide in some parts and narrow in others. So off the top of my head, it's not a question I can confidently answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peace. Oh, do you want to come back, Sean? Sorry.
The main aim with regards to Oton Head Lane, the byways, is not to significantly alter its appearance. And so if we were to widen it to make provision for disabled people, it would alter its character. But there would obviously be disabled access onto lower innings and to get along lower innings. But it's not proposed to do a lot of works to Oton Head Way for those reasons.
I totally understand, and I, of course, wouldn't want any of that to be destroyed in any way. It's just, as I said, the concern is there's no additional route into the site other than that main walk, especially if someone is indeed in something like a wheelchair or something like that. It concerns me, it's all.
There are conditions recommended to deal with the link through to Oton Head Way, but at certain, I think from where I visited, it depends on what time of year in terms of the growth of vegetation, etc., as to how usable it is. But the actual links to Oton Head Way, of which were there 3 pedestrian links proposed and the vehicle access link, those would be matters that are controlled by condition in terms of the engineering design of those links. So it's a matter to consider that can be considered at that point. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll go back to Councillor Peace now.
Thank you. Can I just check? We've got condition 7, which says that no development shall commence until the detailed technical plans are in place with reference to safety for pedestrians on the lane with respect to the access, if that's correct. Is it correct that that has to be installed and safe for pedestrians on the lane before any construction work can take place?
It's trying to find the wording of the condition itself. So it's a pre-commencement condition, so we need to agree. So the applicant will need to come to us with detailed technical plans of the access, and it'll be up for highways and ourselves to consider the appropriateness. And but on top of that, there's also a construction management plan condition that I would also imagine controls when and how things are implemented on sites.
Yeah, I just think it's key to ensure that pedestrians on that lane are safe during the construction period and that is in place for construction as well as before first occupation. if that's possible.
I think condition 7 says at the end of it, that it'll be completed before commencement of the work on the development. So it's on page 42. Could I just have confirmation that the wording of that condition satisfies the point that Councillor Peace is making?
So I'll just find that condition. Yeah, so to be completed before commencement of work of the development.
Yep. Satisfied with that? Yep. Okay, Councillor Debenham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The last time this came before us, it was deferred to look at the possibility of pedestrian access at Bowler's End. Are we to presume that we'll go no further forward on that?
No, we are. So the applicant did send out a letter to the occupants of Bowler's End, the management company, the chair of the management company, and they came back with a no. They are not willing to. It's a privately managed road. They're not willing to allow an access from the application site to through Bowler's End.
Thank you.
Right. I'm not seeing anybody else indicate that they've got questions or points of clarification that they want to raise with the planning officer. Final time. Nope. Okay. In that case, I shall now hand over to the first of our objectors who has 3 minutes to speak, and that's Neil Dodds. So whenever you're ready, Neil.
Good evening. I'm Neil Dodds speaking on behalf of Hitchin Forum. Traffic from the development.
Sorry, Neil. Do you want to push the speak button on your microphone? And I'll start the time from as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm Neil Dodds speaking on behalf of Hitchin Forum. Traffic from the development is predicted to involve 233 car journeys per day, with peak flows of 27 vehicles per hour in the morning and 30 per hour in the evening. All exiting vehicles will have to cross Oton Head Lane and go down the residential streets of Lower Innings and Westbury Close to Redhill Road, past the school and shops to emerge onto Bedford Road at the busy Angels roundabout. Congestion and noise apart, there's also the impact on air quality, especially from the exhausts of queuing traffic, not least at the Oton Head Lane crossing. Pedestrians and cyclists. All access and exits are going to be either across the Oton Head Lane crossing to Lower Innings and by a paved but rather circuitous route to the bottom of Redhill Road, which is a long way from the centre of town, or through gaps in the hedge east of the crossing onto the muddy Oton Head Lane, which comes out much nearer the town centre. Crossover. We understand that priority is to be given to crossing traffic, though this is against the Highway Code and Herts County Council's new road use hierarchy, which both give priority to pedestrians, horse riders and cyclists. If this is to be the case, though, surely there should be very prominent signs on both sides of the crossing on the byway saying, give way to crossing traffic, and signs on the road to both sides of the crossing saying, stop or dead slow, and to one side, give way to oncoming vehicles. Note sight lines and resulting cutback of vegetation are missing from the drawings. Also, unless I'm mistaken, the crossing shown on the drawings means that priority will be with cars exiting the site, which means that vehicles entering the site will be waiting and even queuing in Lower Innings, with all the resulting inconvenience to residents. Construction traffic will have to access and exit the site via Lower Innings, again to the inconvenience of residents. Given the trouble experienced by residents of Lavender Way and other roads during the construction of the Bowler's End development, will the developer be required to provide a bond for any repairs needed due to damage from construction vehicles?
Got 1 minute left, Neil.
Good heavens. I'm sorry, that's finished.
Oh, finished.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, if you want an extra minute, you may have an extra minute, but if you're satisfied, that's point made. I'm happy as well. Right. Thank you very much. Okay, lovely. So do we have any questions or points of clarification from councillors of Mr. Dodds? No, I think that was succinct. I appreciate comprehensive brevity. Point well made. Thank you. Our next speaker is Hugh Love. Again, you've got 3 minutes, Hugh.
My name is Hugh Love and I am a resident of Lower Innings. I spoke to this committee in July last year to object when the associated application was heard, and again in February this year when you last considered this application. I am aware that you expect me not to go over old ground, and that is not my intention. However, your own legal advice from council confirms that these two applications are inextricably linked and all the issues and concerns are common to both. For this application, there were 174 consultations, resulting in 97 comments. All but one opposed this application. At both of the earlier meetings, there was much discussion about traffic priority, road and pedestrian safety, and the requisite permeability of the development, as well as other topics, but no decisions or conclusions were made in our presence. How can a development be approved without all parties having seen and been given the chance to comment on the detailed plans? Officials have sought to reassure us by stating in the presence of this committee that conditions and restrictions would be put in place, but disconcertingly went on to say that for some of the most important of these, they would not necessarily be applied or enforced before commencement, but only sometime before occupation. That is not at all reassuring. What happens if the developer has not met all of the conditions? Would the council wish to, or even be able to, stop occupation? The residents of Lower Innings and the other objectors should have visibility of the planning authority's progress in monitoring the action points and compliance requirements contained in section 8.2 of the FP report. Our confidence in the planning authority's ability to enforce conditions precedent has not been helped by events surrounding both applications to date. This uncertainty worried so many of the committee members in February that, as I recall, at one point, a motion was tabled to refuse this application. Although this was withdrawn, it amply demonstrates the deep concerns felt by some committee members.
You've got 1 minute left, Hugh.
Chair, this is an ill-conceived development with significant problems inherent in its execution, which need to be fully and visibly addressed before the application is approved and before any works commence. However much I would wish it to be otherwise, I do not realistically expect the committee to reject the application. Also, I am not motivated by any wish to punish the developer by making life disproportionately difficult. All that I ask is that this committee recognises the concerns of the local residents and the others who commented, and the reservations expressed by members of this committee at 2 previous hearings, and only approves this application as and when all of those concerns and reservations have been addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. No, that's fine. Members will know I've had a lurgy for about 3 weeks now, and it's still there. Okay, so does anyone have any questions for Hugh? I'm seeing no one indicate, but I have picked up some points on that that I might raise in the debate portion. So thank you very much. Okay, next is over to Councillor Mason, who's the ward member advocating and objecting to this application. Councillor Mason, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I would start by thanking the committee and their predecessors and the officers on behalf of the local residents for the seriousness with which this application has been considered, reflected in the fact that this is essentially the 4th time this matter has been before the committee and the 3rd time it's actually been heard. I would also praise the local residents for the calm and measured way in which they presented their case on behalf of themselves, their neighbours, and the many, many users of Oton Head Lane affected by this potential development. Back in July of last year, the first intrinsically linked application was heard regarding the access to this site, known locally as Warby's Field. That's via Lower Innings. That application, 00555, was narrowly passed by this committee last summer. but many questions were left unanswered regarding how road traffic could safely cross the popular, well-used bridle path that is Oton Head Lane to access the new housing. At that point, both this committee and the local residents were assured that full details of how the lane could be safely used by vehicles without posing a threat to the large number of walkers, cyclists, runners and horse riders who use it would be provided when the substantive planning application for the 43 houses returned to the committee. But when application 00563 came to this committee in February this year, those details and the reassurances sought by local people were absent. And that was and remains the crux of this issue. For this application to be passed, the planning committee must surely be convinced that vehicles can safely cross Oton Head Lane without presenting a threat to other users. That has always been what this is about. None of us have come to this council chamber and argued about the nature of the housing. It has always been about safe access. We have never been convinced that is possible, and we remain unconvinced now. There is no doubt that the formal conditions applied around the crossing of the lane have been improved and applied to both applications, which is progress. But there are still more questions than answers. Detailed technical plans sounds great, but when do we see them? From the residents' perspective, this is still a huge leap of faith. Trust us and it will be all right on the night seems to be the message. What recourse will the local residents have if it isn't all right on the night? Not a house should be built until it is absolutely proven that vehicles can safely cross Oton Head Lane. How will residents know if and when the central conditions have been met, and what recourse will they have if they are not? The key conditions associated with this application and their progress have to be transparent to local residents. There are also other matters of concern unanswered. The planning committee previously seriously questioned the lack of permeability of the site to pedestrians and cyclists. Access via Bowler's End has been rejected by the residents there. So where does that leave us? A non-permeable site, presumably. Previous maps and attendant paperwork referred to multiple access points for pedestrians via Oton Head Lane, and it's been referred to again by the officer tonight. The map attached to these papers appears to show only one access point, which is the one via Lower Innings. So the cars, cyclists, pedestrians and anyone else all funneled through the Lower Innings entrance. And I reflect at this point on the issues that Councillor Billing has made about that being apparently the sole disability entrance as well. So I think members might want to ask some questions about which of the maps is correct and how many entrances they're going to be off Oton Head Lane.
Got 1 minute.
Also, our previous question about whether the road traffic will be left queuing in Lower Innings or in the new development remain unanswered, but it would appear to probably be the former, hugely unfair to the residents of what was until now a cul-de-sac. Finally, no assurances have ever been given as to how the passage of traffic up Redhill Road, turning into Westbury Close opposite Alton Primary School, and then into Lower Innings will be made safely. Another leap of faith for local residents, perhaps. At the heart of this matter are two central issues. One is, whatever the merits of the planned housing, there has never been a safe access route to this site, either for construction traffic or for traffic in the future. And secondly, splitting the access via Lower Innings and the actual building of the 43 houses into two planning applications was sadly a mistake. I suspect if it had come as one application last year, it may well have been rejected.
It's time, Nigel.
Last sentence.
Go for it.
And residents feel the fairest way to right that wrong is for this to be rejected and considered again as one application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Councillor Mason? No? Very good. Before I move on to the next speaker, I made a mistake earlier that I want to correct. I referred to page 92 for the affordable homes split out in response to Councillor Brown's question. that was very foolish. I've tabbed the wrong page. That one's actually for the next application that we're hearing this evening. The affordable housing split is set out in the section 106 table on page 38. There will be 17 affordable units, 11 affordable rent and 6 shared ownership properties as per drawing number 23/003/070 PL02. Sorry, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I also read that, but it didn't say anything about social rents. So that was my point.
Yeah, no, point taken. Right. So let me look at the right piece of paper. Here we go. So if we've got no further points of clarification for Councillor Mason, the next person to speak is the applicant, which is Neil Farnsworth, and you have 5 minutes, Mr. Farnsworth. Oh. Councillor Mason can leave if he wishes to leave. Oh, apparently you need to. Nigel needs to go. I don't have any sad music queued up, nor do I have the countdown timer. Some members will be pleased to know, but if anyone goes on too long, I might pull it up on YouTube. And Councillor Mason has left the building. Moving onwards, Neil Farnsworth to present for the applicant. 5 minutes, Neil.
Chairman and members of the committee, at the last committee meeting on the 15th of February, members deferred the application to allow Carla Holmes to review the potential for a pedestrian access point to the south of the site into Bowler's End, which is a private road. This was done via letters written to every household within the development and the management company. As updated by your officers, a response was received from the management company confirming a pedestrian access point was refused and they would not enter into negotiations with Carla. If this or any other pedestrian access was considered fundamental to the acceptability of the site being used for residential development, then such a requirement should have been written into policy HT3 of the development plan. It wasn't, and this opinion has been supported by the council's own legal advice. A vehicular access to the site via Lower Innings was, however, included by this council for this specific site in its adopted plan, which needs to be complied with. The vehicular access to the site, which is in line with policy HT3, was approved by the Planning Committee in July 23. This was a detailed planning application that set out the exact arrangements and layout of the interface between Oton Head Lane and the road into the residential site. It is noted within the officer's report to committee that members at that meeting were required to consider and make a decision upon the following: the impact of the proposal on the character of the area, that the access was to serve 43 dwellings, the impact upon neighbouring amenity, and the impact of the safe operation of nearby public highways in Oton Head Lane. Members considered these points and planning permission was approved. It is therefore clear that the impact of the access on the safe operation and users of Oton Head Lane was acceptable to the committee. The issue of priority of users and the safety of these users was set out and considered in the report to committee last year, and the conclusions were informed by a road safety audit and extensive discussions with the Highway Authority. The access was designed specifically to accommodate the traffic movements associated with 43 residential dwellings. There was no objection from Highways and no objection from the Rights of Way officer. This remains for the application in front of you today. Consistency in decision-making is a key part of the planning process and a fundamental part of public law. Planning authorities are required to make the same decision if the circumstances are the same. There has been no change in circumstance, nor any change to the plans approved by this council in 2023 that affects the validity or challenges the previous conclusions reached by this committee. The legal advice sets out that there is a fallback in place, which is a material consideration in law. There is no restriction on implementing the consent for the access in relation to the approval of the application in front of you today. Once the required conditions are approved, the approved access can be installed regardless of whether or not planning permission is given for the residential development. Discussions with Highways in relation to the Section 278 agreement are advanced. In addition, the council's own KC advice has stated clearly that it would be very difficult for the council to defend a reason for refusal relating to the principal access of the site for several reasons. So let's run through the facts. Planning applications must be decided in accordance with the development plan. The North Herts local plan is only 19 months old and considered up to date. The proposal is wholly compliant with policy HT3 of the development plan. The proposal is wholly compliant with the development plan as an entirety. The proposal is wholly compliant with the NBPF. There is in place a detailed and implementable planning permission for the access across Oton Head Lane, the same access applied for within this application. There has been no change in circumstance since the approval of the access application. There are no objections from any statutory consultee. The site is allocated for residential development. The site is no longer in the green belt. Carla are also committed to maintaining neighbour contact throughout the construction period to address any neighbour concerns with a dedicated website should these arise. This proposal ticks every box. It is an allocated site. It provides family homes. It provides affordable family homes. It goes over and above the council's policies on sustainability through the use of timber frame construction, PV panels, air source heat pumps, and delivers a biodiversity net gain on site.
You've got 1 minute.
Thank you. Your officers, who are planning professionals, have concluded that the policies of your development plan have been met. The proposal is unquestionably in direct alignment with this council's own development plan, and planning law requires decisions to be made in accordance with the development plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members of the committee have any questions? No. Okay. I'm seeing no one indicate, so thank you very much. Right, so I will now pass back to Mr. Glover to summarise and respond to any issues that have been raised.
Thank you, Chair. I know that a lot of the objectors were referring to the access and lack of detail that we have at this stage, but this is conditioned. So the applicant would, should we grant permission, the applicant would have to, prior to commencement, submit details of the access to the site, which will set out road markings, signage, I believe, and that would all have to be agreed by the Highways Authority and ourselves. And just to I believe there was a question over the number of accesses to and from the site. So yes, the main access would be to and from Lower Innings, but there would be 3 additional pedestrian access points through onto Oton Head Lane as shown on the proposed site plan. And then also there was concerns raised relating to traffic on the site in the local wider area. Hertfordshire County Highways were consulted and have raised no concerns or no objection to the impact of the development upon the surrounding highway network. I believe they state impacts of the development on the surrounding highway network will be minimal. I believe that is everything I have. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Right, so I need to move us now into the debate for this item. Procedurally, before I do that, I need to have a proposer and a seconder. Just because somebody proposes and seconds the application does not mean that they are bound to support it or to vote in favour of it. It's just a constitutional bit of faff that we have to go through to move us into the relevant section of the meeting. So could I please have a proposer for this item? Yes, I see Councillor Muir. And may I please have a seconder? I see Councillor Debenham. Lovely. Thank you very much. Right, so I shall open the debate. Who would like to speak first? Should go to Councillor Debenham.
Thank you very much, Chair. I voted against the access at the beginning. I still don't think it's safe at all, but I feel that once that's been granted, it's almost a fait accompli and there's not a lot we can do. And unfortunately, grudgingly, I feel we're going to have to accept this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Gosh, right. Just to assist and to clarify things for us then, please, Ben, would you be able to pull up the slide that has the site plan and shows those access points just so that we can drill down a little bit more into the point that Councillor Billing was making about permeability and disabled access to and from the location?
Yep, if you can just get that. I think it was slide number 3 or the second, it was the second plan. Get that pulled up, please. Okay, thank you. So yeah, so we have the main access, road access on the top left of that plan there, and then you'll see the footpath that goes around the site. On the northern boundary, there's 3 access points that link the site to Oton Head Lane.
Yeah, I can see those. So those are the little yellow lines. There's one that's in the on this drawing on the top right-hand corner, which is going to be the closest to the town centre. And then there's another one slightly further up the lane. And obviously the Bowlersfield one would have been in the bottom corner of that as well. So we've lost that because the applicant hasn't been able to secure that. So that gives us a little bit more insight into the site permeability. Okay. Yes, I see Councillor Peace.
So I was one of the councillors who voted for the access originally on the basis that I thought we would be getting more details of it with the full application, which didn't transpire. I think it's a shame we've got to a situation where we've got parcels of privately owned, privately managed housing estates in the area where access isn't being allowed through them to other developments. But I think, regrettably, I'm going to have to agree with Councillor Debenham that we are where we are, and that I will be voting for this motion.
Okay. Is anyone else wishing to raise any points of debate or issues? Yes, Councillor Muir.
As proposer, I've looked at the site, I've looked at the roads around, and I don't really see anything to say to vote against this at all.
Okay, thank you very much. And just in reference to the point on HT3 as well, in the local plan, it does include a line that says access from Westbury Close, or there's a typing error here. It says long innings, which clearly means lower innings, while maintaining the genuine integrity and character of Oton Head Lane, which is a restricted byway, Hitchin 003. And there's other points there as well about maintaining the integrity, biodiversity, boundaries, etc. So that point has been covered off in the local plan and is something relevant to be considered by us. Councillor Debenham.
Thanks. Just to clarify that we are voting for this with all the conditions.
With all the conditions, absolutely. And I think, as the officers have said, the detail around the signage, etc., is something that's going to be covered off by highways. And I think the applicant has indicated as well that there is work being done on that space. And I do commend the commitment to ongoing community engagement. I think the plea from all of us would be that if this is approved, that community engagement is legitimate, those voices are heard, and that they are listened to as well. I don't think I've heard anything come back to us on air quality arguments, but I'm also mindful that there was no objection raised from environmental health in regard to that either. And it is difficult for us to make findings in the absence of evidence, although absence of evidence can sometimes be evidence itself sometimes. Right. I'm seeing nobody else indicating that they wish to speak or debate on this item. So I think that we've had indication that we'd like that the committee somebody has proposed that the application be accepted for approval. It's been seconded for approval. I've had no dissent or dispute on the motion. Final chance. Councillor Billing.
I'm really sorry. I know it has been brought up regarding disability access. I just feel that it is material planning consideration in this instance that to have adequate access for disability. I feel along the lane, it doesn't, even if you are unsteady on foot, you could trip and fall because the actual lane itself has routes across it. So there is no way, in my opinion, that a wheelchair could get along there if they are indeed disabled in that way. I just feel quite concerned in that sense of not then being able to allow any additional entry to the site for that to be adequate access. I think that is quite, yeah, it's a concern of mine.
No, I hear that concern. I think in other places as well, although it's not relevant to this application, we have heard certainly at Hitchin Committee and possibly in other parts of the district as well, the experience of disabled people accessing our town centres and utilising active travel modes and being restricted and almost forced into car usage. So I think that point around the maintenance of the lane and the adequacy of that as a public right of way and a footpath is something to take away. Would I be right that that is something that is County Council's responsibility? Yes. So I think that there's scope for us to make sure that we lobby the County Council and ensure that those routes that it is responsible for are maintained to an adequate standard in order to support every member of our community. Councillor Mantle.
Thank you. I think one lesson which we should learn from this application is the importance of looking ahead on applications to make sure that they are suitable for any further applications which may come along, and that permeability doesn't stop at the end of the applications we approve. I'm sure that lesson has been taken on board, but I think it's worth noting.
No, I absolutely agree. And I think I heard the points around stewardship and the management company and the ongoing maintenance of parts of the development as well. And I think as things, if this is approved, as things progress, that's a key point to take away and to reflect upon for the applicant. Right. I'm not seeing anyone else wishing to speak, and nobody has proposed an alternate motion or any amendments to this. So in that case, I am taking it that the officer's report and the recommendation to approve this application has been proposed and it has been seconded. Therefore, could we please move to a vote?
Thank you, Chair. That vote is carried.
Thank you very much. Could we have Councillor Mason admitted back into the room, and then we'll move on to the next application? Yeah, lovely. Right. Now that I have my vice chair back in the room, I shall move us on to agenda item 7, which is land adjacent to Oakley and south of Cowards Lane in Codicott. Okay. The planning reference for that is 23/00743/RM. And for the purposes of clarification, the outline planning permission has already been agreed for residential development on this site, including the details of access. This is a reserved matters application, so we will be dealing with the details relating to layout, landscaping, appearance and scale only. So it's just those matters that we're looking into this evening. Right, so I will hand over to Naomi Reynard to present.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair. Evening. I'm just going to start with a few updates to this application. The front page, I think, is a little unclear, but just to clarify, the applicant is Crowdace Homes Limited. And the date of expiry, the statutory expiry page is, the date of the statutory period is missing from the first page, and an extension of time has been agreed to the 19th of June 2024. I noticed there's an error in paragraph 1.3 of the report. Outline planning permission was granted on the 2nd of November 2022, not 2011. The applicant queried why condition 2 was required, as this duplicates the condition on the outline application requiring details of materials to be submitted. I agree, and as such recommend condition 2 is removed. As outline planning permission has already been granted, to be more accurate, wherever in the report I've referred to granting planning permission, it should read granting reserved matters details. So the last sentence of paragraph 5.8.84 should read, as such, the reserved matters details should be granted subject to conditions. And the recommendation in 10.1 should be worded as follows, that reserved matters details are granted subject to the following conditions. Since the report has been published, there's been a few further representations received, which have been published on the website, but I'll need to go through them now. Firstly, the resident of 6 the Riddy has raised concerns with regards to the boundary treatment to adjacent properties in the Riddy, and they would like a 1.8 metre fence along the boundary. This matter is covered in the committee report in paragraph 5.19. No details are shown in the submitted enclosure plan of the boundary treatment along the boundaries with the existing properties in Cowards Lane and the Riddy, and therefore have recommended a condition that this be secured by condition 4, which requires landscape details to be submitted and approved by the local planning authority. And this would include the location of any walls, fences, means of enclosure, including the boundary treatment along the boundaries with neighbouring properties. A representation has also been received from the resident of 4 the Riddy, stating that they've noticed Japanese knotweed growing in the land immediately bordering their property, and they're concerned that the knotweed will progress onto their property. They've requested that this be noted and raised with the developers, and I have notified Crowdace of this representation. It's my understanding that it's their responsibility to ensure that it doesn't spread. And whilst it's a material consideration, it should not prevent development. This is not a matter that's been raised by Leeds Ecology at Herts County Council, who we consult, and therefore it's not a reason to withhold approval of reserved matters, in my view. Today, I've also received a representation from the neighbour at Hollards Farm, copying Matt Dodd's of Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust's objections regarding the 12-metre buffer to hedgerows. So I'll read that as follows. And one of the major points I make is regarding the 12-metre buffer to hedgerows. In this proposal, the applicant has provided 6-metre buffers to much of the hedgerow network, which has been endorsed by Herts Ecology based on their interpretation of the emerging policy. It's our contention that this is not correct and effectively destroys one of the most commendable policies in the local plan. The 12-metre buffer is explicitly endorsed by the inspector in his report, in which he says 790 main modification MM166 FM100 includes all the alterations discussed above. It also includes the addition of detail regarding buffers of complementary habitat around designated sites and other assets of the natural environment. This is a suitable approach, and for effectiveness, the 12 metres specified in respect of wildlife sites, trees and hedgerows is reasonable and appropriate. In short, all the changes brought about by modification 175 and 166 FM100, both to policy NE6 and the paragraph supporting it, are necessary to ensure these aspects of the plan are justified, effective and consistent with national policy. It is therefore not consistent with this policy and the inspector's reasoning to cut this buffer in half. The policy clearly states that 12 metres, so this should be applied. Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust have commented on this reserved matters application, and their objection is recorded in paragraph 3.5. This didn't refer to this matter of buffers. The issue of buffers was raised by Herts Middlesex Wildlife Trust in relation to the outline application and was addressed in the report for that application. But just to refresh on that, whilst local plan policy NE4 states that the provision of 12-metre buffers of complementary habitat around wildlife sites, trees and hedgerows should be provided, it's not an absolute requirement of policy. And it's necessary to implement the 12-metre buffers pragmatically, otherwise some of the smaller proposed housing allocation sites in the local plan could well be undeliverable. So as such, on the outline application, it was considered that the proposed buffers would be sufficient in this instance. And following consultation with Leeds Ecology at Herts County Council on the outline application, a parameter plan was submitted, which indicated there would be a 12-metre buffer adjacent to Hollards Farm landscape wildlife site and 6-metre buffers to the rest of the southern boundary and part of the east and west boundaries. This plan was approved, and this has been translated into the site layout for the reserved matters application. Therefore, in my view, it's not a sustainable reason to withhold approval of the reserved matters. Today, I also received a further representation from the neighbour at Hollard's Farm, asking what the council can do to help protect wildlife on the boundary hedgerow, or what we can ask of the developers in terms of fencing, netting, as new planting will take years to be viable. They've commented they've nurtured this wildlife site and hedgerow for 31 years and are very anxious to protect this very special habitat. And they asked if we could consider asking that the BNG, so that's biodiversity net gain offsetting, is planted on site. So as I say, Leeds Ecology were consulted on the outline and reserve matters application, and we've imposed the conditions recommended by them. And it wouldn't be reasonable, in my view, to go beyond this. It's my understanding that it's now been demonstrated that at least 10% biodiversity net gain can be provided on site, although a condition is recommended requiring an updated biodiversity metric to reflect all of the habitats and features proposed as recommended by Leeds Ecology. And that's the updates. If we could move to the presentation, please. Thank you. I'm just going through the plans. So first, this is the location plan. The site is located at the southern end of Codicot, off the main high street. Secondly, second plan, please. And this is the shows the site layout plan, and it shows the layout of the roads and buildings, shows the landscaping, the details of the sustainable drainage system, which are the SUDs. And there's a central public open space you can see there with a local equipped area for play, and a perimeter road around the site. And the apartment building in the centre would act as a landmark building at the centre of the site. Moving on to the next slide, please. This is a materials plan, and the materials proposed will be representative of the mix available in the surrounding area. The next plan, please. This plan shows the boundary treatment proposed, a mix of brick screen walls, close boarded fences, and cleft and post and rail fences. And the next slide, please. Thank you. This is the vehicle parking plan, which shows the parking strategy. The scheme has been redesigned during the course of the application, so it's less parking dominated. And the applicant has provided for 1 space for 1-bed units and at least 2 spaces for units with 2 or more bedrooms, as well as visitor parking. And there's also 1 secured covered cycle space per dwelling. The next slide, please. This shows the location of the affordable housing, and it shows 50% of homes will be built to the M42 accessible and adaptable standard, and 10% of affordable units will be built to the M43 wheelchair standard, in line with our policy and a condition on the outline permission. Moving on to the next slide, please. I thought it'd be helpful just to have a few of the street scene plans up to get a feel for the scale and appearance of the buildings across the site. Most of the dwellings would be 2-storey. You can see there the apartment block would be 2.5-storey. The street scene at the very bottom of that plan shows the frontage of the site. So that would be the view from the front of the site. And I've got one more street scene plan as well, which, as I say, gives you a feel of the scale and the appearance. Moving on to the photos, please. This photo I've taken, I'm standing in the sort of northeast corner of the site by the current entrance, looking west towards the adjacent property Oakley. You can just probably make out there with a dormer window. The next photo, please. This is a view from the northeast corner looking across the site towards the southwest corner of the site. And the next photo, please. Here I'm standing on the B656, which is the end of the high street, and you can see the eastern boundary of the site with Hollard's Farm. The next photo, please. This is a view from the B656, which shows the existing access onto Coward, from that road onto Coward's Lane. The next photo, please. This is a view from the centre of the site, looking towards the boundary with the properties in the Riddy that have been mentioned, so you can just make out those bungalows in the far distance. The next photo, please. This photo is taken from the southwest corner of the site. I'm looking towards the adjacent properties in Coward's Lane. And the last photo, please. This one I'm standing kind of centre of the site and looking north towards properties in the High Street and into Coward's Lane. And the final photo, thank you. Here I'm standing in the very sort of southwest corner of the site, and you can see the boundary, the vegetation along the boundary, the southern boundary and the eastern boundary. Not all of that is within the site, some of it's outside. And just to come back to the final slide is the site layout, which I thought was helpful to have up. So just in summary, an outline application for residential development for up to 83 dwellings, all matters reserved except access, was granted on the 2nd of November 2022. complete with the Section 106 legal agreement. The outline application approved residential development on the site in principle, and all matters were reserved except access. Therefore, details of access were approved under the outline permission, and the access cannot be considered as part of this reserved matters application. Therefore, as was said earlier, the only matters of detail which have been reserved and can be considered in the determination of this application are layout, landscaping, appearance and scale. And as set out in the report, subject to the conditions, it's considered that the proposed development would be of a suitable scale commensurate with the site located on the edge of the settlement. It would have an acceptable and functional layout for residents and visitors to the site, and be of appearance considerate to the site and its setting, and would be acceptable in terms of the proposed landscaping. These reserved matters link well with the details already approved by way of the outline permission, and applications for approval of details reserved by condition, and would not prejudice legal covenants contained within Section 106 agreement. As I say, this was secured as part of the outline application to mitigate the impacts of the development and provide wider public benefits. It's concluded that the proposed development is broadly in accordance with the development plan, and there are not any material considerations that indicate the application shouldn't be approved. The application site benefits from allocation under policy CD1 for an estimated 73 dwellings, and the local plan removed the whole site from the green belt for development and incorporated it within the settlement boundary for Codicat. This policy also contained detailed policy criteria, consideration in the determination of any relevant applications for planning permission. And it's considered that the proposals broadly comply with those site-specific policy criteria set out in policy CD1. And where they don't completely comply, it's considered that on balance, these are not sustainable reasons not to approve this reserved matters details application. And there's no material considerations to indicate the application shouldn't be determined in accordance with the development plan. So for the reasons set out in the report, it's the officer's view that the proposed development would accord with the development plan, including the adopted local plan, and there are no sustainable reasons not to approve the reserved matters detail. And as such, the recommendation is that reserved matters detail should be granted subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so questions from the committee. Yes, Councillor Brown.
I've got a few questions actually. So my first one is about biodiversity net gain. From the reading of the report, it sounded to me like it wasn't going to be met on site, but you're now saying it is. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, my understanding is that the information that has been submitted as part of this application indicates it can be 10% can be secured on site. When the outline application was submitted, that wasn't clear. So there was an off-site contribution secured by the Section 106 anyway to move the application along. But my understanding is it can be secured on site. There is just a condition on there to ensure that that there's just some minor changes to the metric to be updated. I mean, we've got to bear in mind as well that this was an outline application was granted prior to the actual requirement for the 10% biodiversity net gain. So it complies with our policies if there is any.
Okay, that makes sense. Second question, highways originally objected both to the initial and the amended scheme, but they say they're now satisfied. Can you tell me what's changed?
And what's the change has been, so effectively there was a highways objection originally to the application, and we've had discussions. There's been some further technical notes submitted, and effectively the layout has been some minor changes to the layout, and they're now happy with the layout, happy with the justification for the proposed layout that's in front of us. And you know, as set out, access itself, the access was approved, and there's an approved access plan on the outline. So it's just the layout associated with the site, and highways are now happy with that and comfortable with it.
Okay, I'm allowed one more. I just wanted to know, are there any solar panels or heat pumps on site? There's no mention of that as far as I can see.
Again, that was covered by the outline application. So there was a condition on the outline application, and I've mentioned this under the climate change section. It's where they require an energy and sustainability statement to be submitted prior to the commencement of development. And this has been provided and is under consideration. So it's been dealt with separately outside of this application. And obviously that was a condition put on the outline application. So it's not something that we're considering in detail here. And these show measures will be above building regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillor Muir.
Oh, thank you. One question's already been answered about highways. My question, second question, is the street trees. Some are going to be in the private gardens. What conditions have we got to stop them being felled after a few years?
Yes, I note that. I mean, I think we can't condition trees in private gardens, but we've tried as much as possible. And it's something when we were discussing the scheme and negotiating that I was conscious of. And we've tried as much as possible for the street trees to be in public ownership. But on a site of this size, it's very difficult to make sure that they're all within the public space. So we couldn't reasonably put conditions on that. Controlled trees in people's gardens. I think that would be difficult, but we've tried as part of the development as much as possible for the trees to be on publicly, management company managed land.
Can I just come back? How many of these trees will be in private gardens?
I don't know, sorry, I haven't counted those, but looking at the plans, there's quite a lot of trees look to be within the public space or at the very front of gardens to create that green street trees. But I think we're limited by the space on the site.
I'm not fully in favour of this because trees can be lost in several years, and we need trees as part of our green agenda.
I didn't hear a question in that, so you don't need to answer it. But if you want to make that point again in the debate, Michael, feel free to do so. Right. Any further questions for our planning officer? Yes, Councillor Claydon.
Thank you. Just about the 12-metre buffer, I understand that it's not an absolute requirement. In the case of this particular site, if that buffer were applied all the way around all the hedgerow, how much impact would that have in terms of the number of houses that would have to be removed?
I don't know how much impact in terms of number of houses to be removed, but that was an issue that was dealt with on the outline application. And so that was discussed in detail at that point as part of the application, and a parameter plan was approved. So that's an approved plan on the outline. So we were in discussion with Leeds Ecology, which is Herts County Council, and they were in agreement with the buffer as put forward then, and that's been translated into these plans. So it's a 12-metre buffer alongside the wildlife site and 6-metre along the east and the southern boundary, but that's an issue that has been already, if you like, agreed and discussed as part of the application.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Peace.
Can I just confirm what you said about the access? So the access was considered as part of the outline planning permission. So does that mean that that is something that we must not consider this evening?
Yes, you're correct that the access was approved as part of the outline application, so it's not a reserved matter, and there was an approved access plan as part of that.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions, so no. All right, thank you very much. I'll move us on then to our first objector, which is Ian Woods. Ian, you've got 3 minutes. The time will start as soon as you start speaking, and I'll proceed the same way as I did on the other application.
Okay, thank you. I think what I'm about to say has been ruled out of court already, but I'm going to say it. Since 2016, the poor embattled village of Connicut has been fighting the disproportionate expansion being forced upon it by this council. From opposition to the removal of land from the green belt, even the local plan inspector was dubious about the council's justification, to opposition to the individual planning applications, Connicut village has fought hard. Not against expansion per se, but against the magnitude of the expansion of over a third, without there being any real plans to address the significant infrastructure problems that already exist within the village. Right at the top of the list is that of traffic. This has been a problem for years. Connicut High Street is a bottleneck on the B656. The combination of parked cars along its length and increased vehicle numbers means that traffic in the high street now grounds to a halt every day at peak times, and it's getting worse. The narrow pavementless Cowards Lane is increasingly being used as a cut-through by vehicles heading both south and north to avoid the congested high street. There is now a very real and growing threat to pedestrians. You do know there's an old people's home fronting onto Cowards Lane, don't you? And now you are proposing to encourage more pedestrians to use Cowards Lane with a footpath from the new development, which joins Cowards Lane at the most dangerous, narrowest point. It's an accident waiting to happen. Do the council help? No, they don't. In fact, they make things worse. Not content with approving village expansion of more than 500 homes, with all the additional cars that this will bring, they have also approved developments in the high street that have inadequate off-street parking or none at all. So where do they park? Surprise, surprise, on the high street. We are also concerned that the council seems content that the last overall traffic assessment for the whole of Connecticut was apparently conducted back in May 2017. But since then, the council seemed fit to approve an increase in the number of dwellings on every development site, 37 new infill houses or conversions with direct access onto the high street, a second exit road from Heath Lane site onto St Albans Road, ensuring that there will be even more traffic using Cowards Lane as a cut-through to avoid the blocked high street.
30 seconds.
Thank you. A concrete batching plant on the Beaver 656, unbelievable, with permission for up to 14,000 HGV movements a year, many of which will go through poor Connecticut to access the motorway. And of course, we all know that the motorway itself is now always gridlocked at peak times due to the failure to widen it to 3 lanes, with the consequence that traffic now leaves the motorway at Welling and travels through Connecticut High Street. Finally, we are aware of Glanville Consultant traffic assessment report for the specific proposals, but these don't even to begin to address the true cumulative impact of these developments and the factors I've just mentioned, all of which are significantly and adversely affecting our village. The traffic data on which the council is basing its decisions is woefully out of date, or shall we say over-optimistic. Nearly finished. This application should therefore be denied or the decision deferred until a new independent overall traffic assessment for Connecticut has been undertaken.
Thank you very much. You are very cheeky, but I shall allow it. Well done. And I will issue a very brief instruction to members. As a reminder, we are considering on this reserve matters application, layout, landscaping, appearance and scale. I hear the points you're raising. They are not, in my view, material to what we are being asked to consider this evening. You may be aware that the local plan is currently being reviewed by this authority. And I think that we've heard points around traffic, highways issues, how we deal with them, infrastructure problems, et cetera, on a number of other applications. And I think that those learnings will be fed back and are being considered by officers as well, but not for tonight. Now, unless anybody wishes to ask Mr. Woods any questions that might draw out something that is relevant to this evening. No? Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to our next objector, which is Mr. Peter Barrow. Peter, you've got 3 minutes.
I feel like I'm turning up for a New Year's Eve party on January the 2nd. This site was known as CD1 within the local plan's 3-year examination in public for 73 homes. HCC's 2016 forecast for pupil numbers at Connecticut School was considered wide of the mark in 2019 when Connecticut's parish clerk wrote to HCC's Director of Child Services to highlight the higher house numbers from the local plan coming forward, the higher windfall numbers and the change of demographics within the village. The school at the time of the forecast was a 1-form entry, yet in September 2023, before hardly an LP home occupied, the school had 2 years with 2-form entries and 1 year with a very large entry of 36. The school is landlocked and expanding beyond a 2-form entry school is highly questionable. Excuse me. Cowards Lane High Street Junction traffic. In May 2017, the developer's consultant, Phil Jones, submitted their transport assessment which predated all the local plan sites that have now emerged and their subsequent impact upon this site. In July 2017, Canon Consultant Engineers submitted their own traffic and highways report on behalf of Codicut residents, promoting the necessity for a roundabout. That roundabout has even more relevance with the Codicut site, Heath Lane, 167 homes, creating an access onto St Albans Road and then onto Cowards Lane, and a dropping off point for the school, which will be used by residents of this site. Wildlife Site 43042, the latest OS map, which the application hasn't used, now shows us the additional 3 smaller ponds previously uncharted on the OS map, nor GCN tested by Aspect Ecology in May 2018.
You've got one in it.
To the right of the ponds, you will see woodland, and to the right of the woods on the eastern boundary, you will see a larger pond. The connectivity for wildlife is obvious. I've always maintained that Aspect Ecology's survey was flawed. In May 2023, the case officer was provided with photos of GCNs in 2 of the ponds taken by David Willis, chair of Hearts Amphibian and Reptile Group. The ecology, it would appear, have disconnected the wildlife site from the adjoining woods, the eastern pond and the eastern boundary hedgerow, and not supported the 12-metre habitat buffer that the local plan has approved. If the applicant's plan was reduced back to 73 homes, then the 12-metre buffer could be significantly extended and not the 0 border planned in the northeast corner. To quote David Attenborough, when it's gone, it isn't coming back. So what NHC can do to protect the wildlife, hopefully by advocating fencing and netting. Currently, there are 240 homes being constructed in Codicut. Is there any urgency to pass this plan without considering the following? The latest OS map to be used by the applicant.
Time, Peter.
I've got 12 words. A
Oh,
new
yes.
HCC forecast for pupil members at Codicut School. A new highways traffic and footpath assessment. Thank you for your attention.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Right. So just a quick note on scale. Scale is defined in the Town and Country Planning Development Management Procedure Order 2015 as amended as the height, width and length of each building proposed within the development in relation to its surroundings. So when we're thinking about scale, it's not the total number of houses per se. It's the impact of those buildings in relation to the surrounding area. And I'm sure officers will provide any additional guidance that the committee needs in that regard when we consider this matter. Right. Any questions from members of the committee? No. Thank you very much. And next I will have Mr. Derek Collins. Again, Derek, you've got 3 minutes.
You do wonder if public danger is considered as well within these plans. Your photographs did not show Cowes Lane. They should have shown Cowes Lane. I've lived in Winch Close, which is off Cowes Lane, for 24 years, so I do know the pressures and the dangers. This week I went out and I measured the width of Cowes Lane with this instrument. Currently, it's 1.8 metres wide. That's the narrowest bit. That's 74 inches, 6'2" for the older people here, like me. And this restriction continues all the way down south to the High Street. There is no room for passing vehicles, okay? Now, an ambulance width, according to the NHS, is 2.05 metres, up to 2.45 metres. Fire engine width is 2.46 metres, excluding the mirrors. So they do get through at the moment. They get through by brushing aside the hedgerow, and mostly on the owner's side. And the quickest way to the hospitals is south. You've heard about Poinders Meadow. Poinders Meadow is a road off Cowes Lane. It provides the only entrance and the only exit. Cowes Lane does. There are 33 old people's flats. Old people's flats, some single, some double accommodation. So about 40 people in the latter stages of their lives. Now I'm 75, I'm healthy. Many of these people are not. They have and will continue to require emergency vehicles, particularly ambulances. Over the recent years, traffic has increasingly used Cowes Lane. The new development that you've approved at Heath Lane will exacerbate the problem. You've heard that earlier. It's a rat run. Getting out and going south from Cowes Lane with a vehicle is very dangerous. And I can't believe one of the paths from this particular development into Cowes Lane comes out right at the point that I've measured the narrowest part of Cowes Lane.
Got 1 minute.
It's a meter. It's waiting to happen, an accident waiting to happen. Under the plans in front of you, Cowes Lane will come out on an estate road, but very close to the High Street junction. Does nothing to ease Cowes Lane, the snarl up that currently is. In fact, it makes it worse. There will be many more vehicles coming from the estate trying to get out and go south, including the ambulances. Now, Codicart has a traffic plan, sounds like a politician. 20 miles an hour, 20 is plenty, is what's been approved, and it will happen. There will be a roundabout. There'll be a need for a roundabout south of Codicart and a need for a roundabout north of Codicart, and that'll cost a lot of public money. This plan needs a roundabout in the High Street to make sure the ambulances can get out. It will not work without one. So come on, grasp the nettle. Require a roundabout from the developer under the revamped Section 106 agreement. Let's call it a public-private partnership because that's what they call these days. So my proposal, last sentence, require a new survey, traffic survey, to incorporate a risk assessment of the danger of traffic flow at the moment and the ability of emergency services to enter and exit Cowes Lane. And thus how a new roundabout within the boundaries of this proposed site can actually alleviate the problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I think we've heard those points very loud, very clear. I know I've got some county council colleagues in the room, and I'm sure you will take some of those points away to your colleagues in the other place as well, so that they can be considered in the right space. I didn't hear anything there, unfortunately, in respect of layout, landscaping, appearance and scale as defined, unfortunately. I think that a lot of that goes back to the previous application. But thank you for raising the points. I think there are some considerations to be had in a different place. Right. I'm not seeing any members with questions on this one either. So my next speaker is Councillor Munser as the member advocate and objecting to this application. Councillor Munser, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, colleagues. Chair, you raised a very good point earlier on. This is not the time for political points, and I certainly will not intend to make any. I certainly am not as well going to be fighting the battles of old, but simply to ensure that the views of the people of whom I'm elected to represent are put forward and considered appropriately by this committee. Now, we must remember that developers are not just building houses, but they're building homes and communities. And therefore, it is imperative that we get this right. We cannot have homes be built on this site and then say, oh, actually, we don't like that. We've got to get it right the first time around. And when coming to a view regarding the plans of which are before you this evening, quite rightly, you are going to look at both the faults and indeed the merits of this individual application. All I would ask is that you take into consideration the wider impact of this application on the community of Codicot. Because as I'm sure you're aware, this is one of the 4 sites of which is proposed in the local plan. That means that over the next few years, Codicot will see over 300 new homes built in the village without the infrastructure, I would argue, and advance that in order to deal and cope with that. Now, of course, my concerns relate to infrastructure. That is far more of a strategic issue that needs to be taken away outside of this committee. But relating specifically to this application, many residents of whom I've spoken to have concerns regarding privacy. And it's right, because privacy is, of course, a material consideration here. Now, I'm very grateful to the officer for outlining the conditions relating to that, particularly towards the privacy of residents and properties on Cowards Lane and the Riddy, specifically the 1.8 metre fence with hedging. I certainly hope that that can be extended towards, I believe it's plots 54 to 40, and I'm more than happy to be corrected on that. But the local plan approved this site on the basis that it was 72 dwellings. Now, the outline permission of which was granted in November of 2022 approved it on the basis of 83. We're now seeing a reduction to 80, but I would argue that the local plan is far more substantive. It's far more authoritative. Why are we approving a site for 80 homes when actually it should be 73? Because I would argue that the plans of which are currently before this committee are not suitable. They're not appropriate. The development is far too compacted together. We need to make sure that actually it is in keeping with the rural community of which it is situated in. That means we need to ensure that there is more open land. And equally as well, we just take a look at the plans, and what you will see is that there are a number of homes of which we'll be able to see into each other's gardens. Now, that is, in my opinion, not something of which should be brought forward. It's not something of which should be proved. The developer needs to go back to the drawing board on this and make sure that there is equal separation and spacing between the properties in order to ensure that those residents of whom will be moving in to these homes, if it is approved, have a right to privacy. Now, I just want to touch upon the enforcement of conditions, because we've seen a number of applications be brought forward in Codicot recently, and they have had conditions attached to them. Now, unfortunately, we have seen those conditions being breached. Now, conditions are worthless. They are not worth the paper of which they're written on if they are not to be enforced. And therefore, I would ask that the officers ensure that those conditions are enforced suitably, and that actually, there are repercussions to the developer, because what we need to ensure is that this impact, the impact of this development is mitigated on our community, and the reduce of it is mitigated on our community.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. But I think it would be remiss of me not to discuss access, because this is one of the major concerns that residents have. Now, the proposed access to the development is not appropriate. I would argue that it should be rejected on that basis, although we have been told to the contrary. It is already a dangerous and busy junction. It is one that needs redesigning. It is one that needs a roundabout, of which has been pointed out by our public speakers. And it really does we do need to have joined up thinking on this, because there are 4 development sites in Codicot. That is increasing the number of vehicles on our road. I believe it accounted as 194 spaces on this site, which I have no doubt will be utilised to the fullest extent. So I have put forward some arguments this evening for you to reject this application. I think the developer needs to go back to the drawing board. They need to have more consideration to the local plan, and they need to have more consideration to the concerns of the local community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Munster. Do you colleagues have any questions for Councillor Munster? No, I'm not seeing anybody indicate on that. So I shall now move on to hear from the applicant, which is Rachel Kaplan. Rachel, you have got 5 minutes.
Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rachel Kaplan, and I'm the planning manager for Crowdy's Homes, who has submitted this reserve matters application. Crowdy's Homes is a well-established family-owned regional residential developer committed to building high-quality and expertly designed homes. Our developments have won us a wide range of awards, including the Home Builders Federation 5-Star Quality Award, which we have received for 10 consecutive years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of this application. The site was granted outline permission on the 2nd of November 2022 for a residential development of up to 83 dwellings, with all matters reserved except for access. This application seeks to secure permission for the outstanding matters, appearance, landscaping, layout, and scale. Please note that various discharge of condition applications have been submitted pursuant to the outline permission, with some already discharged. This reserve matters application was validated by the council on the 27th of March 2023, and following consultation and discussion with council officers, it now proposes 80 dwellings rather than the initially submitted 83. The 80 dwellings comprise 32 affordable, 40%, and 48 private, 60%. The 32 affordable dwellings comprise 65% social rent and affordable rent, and 35% shared ownership. The affordable mix is the result of negotiations with the housing officer due to a greater need for 2-bed houses for rent. The scheme delivers a mix of 1 to 5-bed units and is tenure blind, and at least 50% of the dwellings can be built to M42, and there are 3 M43 units. With regard to appearance, the proposed appearance of the dwellings and the palette of materials suitably reflects the local context and will be varied across the site to create visual interest. Dwellings will also feature detailing consistent with that in Codicot Village. The proposed layout design sensitively integrates into and befits the site's edge of village location, as well as being sympathetic to existing residential development. The central open space and perimeter road layout are well designed. Most of the car parking is to the side of the dwellings and to the rear of the flat block. Dwellings comply with nationally described space standards, and the gardens for private dwellings are of a good size, and the flats feature communal garden space. HCC highways are satisfied and following negotiations with the proposed design, and that the associated level of vehicular traffic does not pose a risk to the safe movement of road users. In seeking to deliver a sustainable development, both air source heat pumps and solar PV panels are proposed to a number of units, delivering an improved energy performance over that required by the current building regs. All units will be fitted with EV charging points together with 10% of visitor spaces. Moving on to landscaping, this is a central aspect of the scheme given its edge of village location. Open spaces are sensitively designed to ensure the development fits seamlessly into the surrounding landscape. The main access street will be tree-lined with amenity planting. Any removal of trees and hedges has been limited to those required for access and is mitigated through new planting within the scheme. The central open space provides a feature when accessing the site and contains the leap, which includes a variety of equipment, naturalistic play activities, and wildflower meadow. It also complies with the relevant fields in trust standards. With regards to drainage, there will be a swale along the southern boundary and a suds drainage basin in the northeast and southeast corners. The suds will be surrounded by planting, helping to soften their visual impact by creating a feature of the ponds, whilst also offering essential habitats for nature. The submitted BNG metric indicates development will deliver a net gain. Most of the proposed dwellings are 2 stories, which is consistent with surrounding development, and the site features a 2.5-story apartment block, and at its location at the centre of the site enables it to act as a landmark dwelling. The proposed dwellings located along the boundaries would not be detrimental to the residential amenities of neighbouring occupiers.
Got 1 minute.
The scheme is the result of extensive and positive collaboration with North Herts Council and has resulted in the delivery of a well-considered and sustainable scheme, representing high-quality design and appearance, which is of appropriate scale for its edge of settlement location. The landscaping provides a positive environment for future occupiers and further enhances the overall appearance of the development, facilitating its integration with the surrounding environment. Any consultee objection has been suitably addressed, and it is therefore respectfully requested that members accept the officer's positive recommendation and resolve to grant approval for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for the applicant? Yes, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that it's tenure blind. I read in the report that all the affordable housing was going to be in one place and not distributed over the site. Can you please comment on that?
I think it's that from the materials, there wouldn't be any obvious difference. So there are not, the appearance will not, you will not be able to tell which the tenure is from the materials.
Okay, but it's not just about the materials, is it? I mean, I think we have policies, and maybe our officers can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think we have policies about spreading affordable housing across the site rather than concentrating. I don't know whether it's proposed in the block that's in the middle, and I noticed that that's on the highest point of the site as well and is the tallest building. So I wonder if you could comment on why you've chosen to put a 2.5-story flat apartment block on the highest point of the site.
Well, I think that was to create the landmark feature, and also that came about through its location was moved following consultee comments. But it was considered following discussions with the officers that that was a suitable location for it.
Okay, thank you. One further question. I'm not sure whether this is relevant, so forgive me if it's wrong. But I can't see in the conditions anything about a construction traffic management plan. I know we always have one. I don't know, maybe that was in the outline planning permission. Was it? Okay. It's just, I know that there've been lots of problems in Codicot around construction traffic. in the past. I've been down there several times to the parish council, and it's been really, really difficult. So that needs to be agreed before commencement. But you're saying that that's in the outline planning permission. Thank you.
Yep. So yeah, that's a point to note rather than a question, so I don't require an answer on that one. Actually, I think Councillor Brown's made a valid point around the mix of tenure and blending. I think I recall seeing in the report that the affordable and social housing that's provided within the block of flats, potentially there's going to be separate entrances depending on the type of tenure. And I think there was reference to certain housing providers preferring to have separate entry on that. So I hear Councillor Brown's point about integration and fair mix, but I think there's a balance to be struck as well with what providers require and what they know in that space as well. I see Councillor Mason has a question.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the numbers of dwellings, I think you mentioned that about there being 88. Councillor Muntzer earlier, I believe, mentioned that in the local plan it was 72 or 73 houses. So I'm just curious as how we've got from 72 or 73 to 80. I guess my question was going to be why, but I think I can probably work that out. So I guess the question is actually how have we managed to get 7 or 8 more houses into the site?
Well, I would assume it outlined, as has been said, that it was 83 has been allowed. So the council have clearly considered that that's the maximum quantity that the site can is suitable for the site, which is what we initially submitted. And then following discussions with the officers, it's been reduced to 80.
I think, sorry, can I come back? My question was more if it was 73, 72 or 73 in the local plan, how it's gone upwards, how more have been, I'm trying to have a polite word, more have been designed into it.
Well, I'm not sure from outline how the council then approved 83. But as I said, they've obviously considered that 83 was an acceptable quantum for the site. So that's been the starting point for this reserve matters application.
Okay, I think some officer assistance might be beneficial. Could you give us a bit of context on the housing numbers?
Yes, the indicative, and they are indicative figures in the local plan policy, was for 73. The outline application agreed up to 83. So it was in the local plan policy at 73. It was agreed at outline to be up to 83. This application, as submitted, was 83, and we negotiated down to 80. And I think the view we've reached is that 80 can be comfortably accommodated on the site. In my view, I think we'd have a very weak case at appeal if we were to refuse a reserve matters application for 80 houses when up to 83 has been approved as the outline planning permission.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing anybody indicate they have further questions. Final call? Nope. Okay, right. Then in that case, could I ask our officers to respond to the issues raised?
Thank you, Chair. I'll go through the points sort of in order that they were mentioned. I appreciate that concerns have been raised about cumulative traffic impact of the 4 sites in Codicot. However, this is outside of the remit of the reserve matters application. As we're saying, it's just looking at layout, landscaping, appearance and scale. And matters such as this were considered at the outline stage. Highways obviously been consulted on the outline and reserve matters and have not objected, and it's covered in 5.313 in the report. Moving on to highway safety and whether a roundabout could be proposed. Again, those issues were covered in the outline application, and as we've discussed already, the access has already been approved. And again, highways haven't objected to the outline or the reserve matters application. And in this application, they only can comment on layout. I think the other point that was made was in response about infrastructure, and particularly Codicot School. On the outline application, there was a Section 106 agreement, and that's agreed a contribution towards the expansion of Codicot Primary School. That's required a local plan site-specific policy requirement of that. And we have spoken with the county council on this as well. And they've assured us that that expansion is happening already in terms of the building work, and they are continuing to actively monitor the primary education capacity and taking steps to monitor and manage the release of the additional places at that school as the extension is built. But again, that's not something that can be considered as part of this application. There was a Section 106 agreement on the outline. It's not something that can be revisited on the reserve matters application. There were some comments regarding, and these again have been covered in the report. I covered it in paragraph 5.68, the issue of the OS maps, that the original ecology surveys on the outline application now being superseded. Yeah, again, that from a point of view of, we've had no objections from Hearts Ecology, Lead Ecology, who we use as our consultee on that. And so they've raised no objections to the planning to this application or the previous ones. So that wouldn't be a sustainable reason to refuse this. The other issue that was raised along similarly was about fencing to the hedgerow. And again, we've consulted Leeds Ecology and relied on their recommended conditions. It was mentioned also about privacy of the neighbours, which I think I've covered already, that was a condition requiring details of the fencing to be submitted. In terms of enforcement of conditions, as I say, there was quite a few conditions on the outline application that secures things such as the traffic management during construction, and these would be monitored and enforced as necessary. I think there was some mention about the affordable housing being tenure blind, and yeah, it is our general policy that we like to see affordable housing spread across the site, and it's something that we discussed during negotiations and tried as much as possible. You know, there's been amendments to the plans to so that the affordable properties are more tenure blind and broken up a little bit. I think that hopefully covers all the queries. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Right. Now, before I move into the vet, I've actually got the correct recommendation wording, so it'll be a bit tidier this time. So the report at section 10 makes a recommendation that planning permission be granted, subject to the conditions set out at 1 to 21 at paragraph 10.1 of the report. So could I, oh, sorry.
Just change the wording of that so that it's completely accurate. It's that the reserve matters details are granted subject to the following conditions.
Yes, thank you very much for that reminder. Yes, so could I have a proposer for that motion, please? Yep, I see Councillor Mantle.
Yeah, happy to propose it.
Excellent. And could I have a seconder, please? Happy to second. I have Councillor Brown. I had two at the same time. Fastest finger first, guys. Right. So that's been proposed and seconded. So I shall move us into the debate on the item. So over to you, members. Yes, Councillor Fernandez.
Just to check, the RIDI, are the properties there, are they bungalows? Is that why there's a privacy issue with the scale, the development?
They are bungalows, but as set out in the report, the view is taken that it wouldn't have a material impact on them in terms of built impact. And as I say, we'll have a condition relating to the boundary treatment.
So they will get their 1.8 metre fence as requested?
Well, there's a condition requiring the applicant to submit boundary details, and obviously we've noted that, but we'll have to deal with what's submitted.
Okay, thank you.
I can see you itching going. Councillor Brown.
So waiting to see if anybody else wanted to say anything. So I think overall, I quite like this scheme. I think a lot of it is very good. I like the fact that the suds are landscaped. I like the fact that there are air source heat pumps and PV panels and all of those kind of things. And I feel now satisfied about the biodiversity net gain. I am concerned about the tenure blinds issue. I think that we have a policy on it, and I think it's much better if it's spread across the site. That concerns me. And my second concern, as I've already raised, is that the 2.5-story apartment block is on the highest point on the site. And I hear that that's supposed to be a feature. Is that the kind of feature that the people of Cuddycott would like to see when they walk out of their doors? So I know on other sites we've chosen to leave open space at the top of sites. Several in Royston have done that, so that when people look at a view, they see green space, not buildings. So I do have those concerns.
So I'm hearing one point there in respect of tenure blind and our policy that could potentially be addressed by condition and tightening things up there, should the applicant be willing to agree to that. And I'm hearing the second point around the apartment block. I just want to query, is the location of that something that falls to us to consider under the reserved matters?
And yes, it could be scale and appearance. Yeah.
Okay, so scale and appearance of the apartment block would be relevant to this meeting. And I think it's going to be a balancing act, as well as the points that Councillor Munster raised in respect of the housing numbers. So the question is, do the proposals, whether not completely complying with the policy criteria that we've set out in CD1 of the local plan, do we consider on balance that these are sustainable reasons not to permit planning permission, or are there alternate ways that we could support the application moving forward via conditions? So I would welcome members' views on the site and the location of that apartment block. Or if anyone has any conditions that they want to, or forms of words that they want to submit that they think would be relevant to the concerns that the committee has, I'm happy to take those. It's Councillor Brown.
I would quite like that block to be reconsidered. I don't know whether there's anybody else in the committee that agrees, or whether I'm in the minority here.
So I'm hearing something akin to a motion on that. I can see Councillor Mason would be supportive of that. So effectively, I've got a vague motion that's been proposed and seconded. Councillor McDonnell.
I agree with the relocation of that block as well.
And what I'm hearing as well is that this isn't a matter that the committee is wishing to rely upon to refuse permission. It's more a case of go away, consider things, come back to us once that has been reconsidered in respect of the layout and the landscaping impacts, etc., because that would need to change. Councillor Mantle.
Right. I'm concerned. I don't see why this is an objection to having a feature in the centre of the estate. It's one way of doing it. And I would have thought, if anything, it's an improvement over having a flat, bland, level development with no central point. So I'm afraid I do not agree with the proposal or the suggestion that that should be reconsidered. I think it has been put there for a reason. It's a perfectly valid reason, and I don't see why we should now start trying to redesign in committee the whole layout of this site.
Right. I feel that we are effectively debating a motion which is leaning towards deferral. So I'm going to ask members at this point in time, any points that you're making, can we keep them focused to the consideration of that central block of flats? And once we've got over this issue as a committee, then we'll move on to any wider considerations. So with that said, Councillor Muir.
Yes, I do agree that the block for 2.5 in the middle needs to be reconsidered again. I think it will be a disaster in that new housing estate to have that in the middle of the block, so that everybody in that estate can see it.
Okay. I think lots of points are being made around the effectively the elevation of this site for the block of flats. Do we have the actual elevation so we can have an idea of what the visual impact of this might be?
Yes, it's on the street scene plans. If we could go back to the street scene plans, it was the second to last one, I think. Yeah, so you can see it in the centre of there. So it is, I mean, the view obviously set out in the report is that the scale of development is acceptable. It is 2.5 stories in height. So there's, if you like, the third floor, the second floor is in the roof. So it was considered that the scale was acceptable.
Okay, so again, when we're reflecting on the height, width, length of each building, that scale question, what we need to be thinking about is the context within the development as a whole and also the relevant surroundings. So I guess the question for the committee to consider on this particular point, excuse me, is whether we think that that building at that height, that location, that scale is effectively going to be in some way harmful to the surrounds. So, Councillor Muir.
I think I will withdraw my objection because looking at that plan, it doesn't really stand out too large. So I will be happy with the design as it is.
Okay, so I haven't had a form of words on this, but I'm hearing that essentially there is a motion to defer this application in order for the central apartment block to be reconsidered because the committee is minded to take the view that it would have a negative impact in relation to the development and the wider surroundings. So I sort of fudged that together, Councillor Brown. Yep. So Councillor Brown has proposed that. Oh, sorry.
By Councillor Mantle.
Oh,
and seconded by Councillor Brown to approve the application.
Do this on mic because it's got procedurally messy.
So yeah, we've got a proposal from Councillor Mantle and seconded by Councillor Brown to propose to approve the application. I think if Councillor Brown's proposing an amendment to add a condition on the removal or relocation of the block of flats, then you can propose that. That can be seconded. We then debate that amendment and then go back to the substantive motion as opposed by Councillor Mantle and Brown. Or if members are minded to defer, that's a separate thing. But we are on currently to approve the application, so we'd have to do a vote for that first and then a deferral motion.
This is going to get messy. Councillor Brown.
I don't really know what to say. Having looked at the street scene, it doesn't look too bad. I have some concerns about it, and I have some concerns about this tenure blind thing, this concentration of affordable housing in a particular location. I wonder if that's in that block. Maybe someone could ask me that, answer that.
I think there are some affordable housing units in that block. I recall that there were 2. Naomi, could you clarify?
Yes, there's some in that block. I don't know if you could go back to the affordable housing plan. Bear with me. There's an affordable housing plan. So yes, there is some in that block, but the affordable housing is generally the southwest side of the site. But there has been, this is something that we discussed as part of the negotiation on the application. And it has, you know, it has the runs of affordable housing has been broken up. And as I say, some features to make it more tenure blind have been added. But yes, there are some affordable units within the apartment block.
So to clarify, on that plan, the blue dots, those are the affordable housing, are they? So they're in the block and some of those other blocks. So they are spread about a bit more than maybe I thought.
There's a difference. So there's affordable shared ownership, and there's affordable social rented, and there's affordable rented. So it's the red, blue and yellow dots to cover. So they're I mean, it's difficult with these small sites to.
It's hard to see it
to
on the
spread.
plan.
But it's sort of the red, yellow, and blue dots, and they're mainly the southwest side of the site, but they have been spread to some extent.
Okay. I really don't, I'm not quite sure what to do, because I don't really like deferring applications, because I know a lot of consideration has gone into it, but I don't know. I feel a bit conflicted about this block of flats.
So
can we vote on that amendment anyway?
I can
Yeah.
assist. Okay, because we've had the main motion, which is the recommendation, proposed and seconded. What we would potentially need, and might be cleaner, would be a motion to amend that substantive motion and change it to something else. Given that you were either the proposer or the seconder, I don't think it would be tidy if you were proposing the amendment to that. However, Councillor Mason indicated that he had a view on it. So I guess it's over to Councillor Mason if you're minded to move a motion to amend the substantive.
Yes, I could.
I think Councillor Mason's in two minds on this as well now, for the same reason that Councillor Brown said, having seen the elevations. It's really, really difficult, because I'm kind of conscious someone has looked at this development and decided that is the best way to do it. And it's actually, you know, unless someone wants to get some Lego and build me a model of it, I'm really struggling to work out which would be the best. Whether the higher bit in the middle isn't better, because I can now see both arguments. So
okay, Councillor Brown.
Is it tidier if I withdraw my seconding from the original motion, someone else seconds that, and then we vote on the amendment? Would that work better?
You can do that with the consent of the meeting.
Okay.
So we would have to vote on that. How many procedural hoops do you want me to jump through tonight? Or alternatively, what we could do is sort of make clear, I think you've made clear that there's a bit of uncomfort around that, but we're not really sure what the benefit would be of deferring this, pushing back, etc., etc. So the question for the committee is, are you happy to let that fall away? I've had the two people who proposed and seconded or indicated that they were concerned about this both say now that they're in two minds. So I'm not necessarily feeling that there is a strong willingness within this group to be amending the substantive to change to a deferral. If anybody has strong views on this or wants to amend the substantive in respect of that central block, you can indicate now. No? Okay. All right. So the other point that I'm hearing are the concerns around tenure blind, total compliance with policy and the conditions. Naomi, could you just reference what have we got conditioned around the tenure?
We haven't got anything specific other than in the section 106, you know, that ties down the mix, that they would have to, we tie down the mix in that. I think in terms of, I'm not really sure how we could add any conditions to cover changes to where the affordable housing is, because I guess that's all been carefully designed. For example, the M43 wheelchair accessible had to be redesigned to ensure it could be such. So I'm not sure that could be conditioned. I don't know if Sean would have a view on that.
Councillor Brown. Yep.
The tenure mix has been agreed and is part and parcel of the Section 106 agreement. In terms of the location of the affordable housing, that's shown on the submitted plan, and that's we're being asked to consider and approve or not, as the case may be.
Yeah, and as well as the location, remind me the materials and the look and feel. Is that a matter for this hearing committee as well?
That's appearance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my understanding is that the design of the scheme is that when you look at these houses, you would not be able to distinguish between what is market housing and what is affordable housing. It will be designed to be integrated.
Councillor Brown.
I think I'm satisfied on the matter of materials. I think the applicant satisfied that. And I think having looked at that plan, it's more spread out than I thought from having read the report. So I think I'll withdraw the amendment and we'll just go with it.
Right. Okay. So bit of scrutiny, bit of back and forth. Currently, we are looking at the recommendation and the conditions as drafted. Were there any other points that the committee felt that they wanted to explore during the debate? Any conditions, any informatives that you would wish to see added to this? Councillor Debenham.
Yeah, thanks. I was just a little bit concerned about different entrances depending on what type of flat you've got. True.
I'm not sure that was specifically in the application. I haven't picked that up, but that might be the case for registered provider may require that. I have come across that before, that the registered social provider might require a separate entrance to be easier to manage. I'm not sure that was clear in the application. It may be
mentioned by the speaker.
Yes, yeah. So it might, from experience, that comes often from, obviously it's got to go to a social housing provider to provide these houses. And I think that's often a requirement that comes through in terms of to be able to manage them more effectively. That would be my understanding.
Really?
It's usual practice when dealing with flats that the affordable housing providers would want a separate access with the communal space managed and maintained by them, rather than, for example, a private company that they would have to pay fees to. It means that the housing association can control and manage the costs rather than not, as the case may be.
Yep. Okay. Satisfied on that? Okay. I am, yes, Councillor Muir.
Can I ask who the Housing Association is? Because I was a board member for 15 years of one that works in North Herts. And if it's Howard Cottage or now the First Garden City Homes, I find that I shouldn't vote on this.
Thank you. That's very procedurally minded of you. I don't think the registered housing provider's been arranged yet.
Not as far as I'm aware. I mean, I might need to defer to the applicant to that, but not in terms of this application. That information is not something that we're considering as part of this application.
Yeah, I'm seeing the applicant indicate that no registered provider has yet been approached or has entered into a contract for these properties. So I think you would be safe to vote.
Thank you.
Right. I'm not seeing any other members of the committee indicating that they have further points to raise. So the recommendation to grant these matters subject to the conditions set out in 1 to 21 of the report has been proposed and seconded yes, thank you. Could we please move to a vote?
Yeah, that motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Right, it is 9:45. I said that we would take a break before we considered the next substantive item on this agenda. I think now is an appropriate time for us to break. Bearing in mind the time, I'm going to allow 5 minutes. So I would ask if members could be back and ready to start again at 9:48. Thank you very much, colleagues. There we go. I've done that wonderful thing of setting myself a deadline and managing to be late for it. The thing is, though, it's my party and I decide when we start.
Yeah, we moved to the approval one as well.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to wait for everybody to take their seats. I am still waiting for Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason has entered the room. Councillor Billing wasn't obviously on camera. Right. Now. Okay, and I will note as well that we are back live streaming on YouTube. So if everybody, including the chair, could be on their best behavior, that would be wonderful. And the same notes apply as I read out at the start of the meeting. If anybody does need to leave the room, so any members of the committee, if you need to leave the room during this particular item, you won't be able to vote on it. I anticipate that there will be likely lengthy debate and that members might have a number of questions and points that they want to raise on this as well. So if anybody does need a comfort break during consideration of this particular matter, please indicate and I will halt proceedings. But what I would ask, if we do need to do that, is that members of the public allow members of the committee to leave the room. Please don't speak to them or engage them so that it's not to bias or unduly influence the proceedings. And we will recommence again promptly once the relevant committee members are back in their seats. Okay. And again, if we need a break after this item before we consider the final matters on this evening's agendas, then we'll go ahead with that. Right. So next item is agenda item number 8, which is application 22/0074/FP, land west of Ashwell Road, Bygrave, Hertfordshire, SG7 5EB. The officer presenting on this is Peter Bull. So I shall hand over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, there's no update on this application, so we're going to go straight to the slides, please. So, yes, so we have the site location plan here. It comprises a single agricultural arable field north and northwest of the settlement known as Bygrave and west of Ashwell Road. It measures 53.6 hectares in area. Second slide, please. So this is another location plan that shows the site relating in relationship to the grid connection, which is the substation east of Letchworth. So this is provided for information only, as the cable connection, obviously not shown here, does not form part of the application, just the red line you're considering tonight. Next slide, please. So site layout plan here. This is illustrating the general pattern of panel arrangements. So those are the blue lines you see on the drawing. The substation in the south of the site, again, very difficult to see, but basically mid-center, the very sort of southern point. Battery storage areas to the north, that white blob near the top of the red line, within the red line. The site access, which is shown in brown. So there's sort of 3 lines there, one through the centre of the site and one coming in from the Ashwell Road. Next slide, please. So This is the revised access plan. This is a more detailed plan illustrating the main access to the site. This will be used for construction purposes and for emergency vehicle use only. Next slide, please. So here we have an indicative section showing the solar panel detail, which is mounted on a metal frame. The panels will be positioned at a 30-degree angle facing south and will be 3 meters in height. Next slide, please. So this is the CCTV camera section plan. These cameras will be 3 meters in height, and there will be 59 in total around the perimeter of the site. Next slide, please. This is elevation detail of the battery storage building, which is 2.8 meters high. Next slide, please. This is the elevation details of the substation building. That's the building to the south of the site. Again, 2.8 meters in height. And next slide, please. And this is the inverter cabin, again, 2.8 meters in height. Next slide. Here we have a fencing detail. It's a post and wire fence with wildlife corridors to be included. These will be 2 meters in height. Next slide, please. So this plan is showing the main heritage asset consideration, which is Arbery Banks. You can see top center, it's kind of ringed Arbery Banks. And obviously this site is due south of that. So that's showing the relationship between site and the asset. Next slide, please. So some photographs. I'm not sure how useful these are going to be, but obviously this is arable field. So site, this is from Ashwell Road. This is taken from the junction, I think, of Ashwell Road with the bridleway looking southwest. Actually, this slides might be slightly out of order. I'm just trying to see now because there's supposed to be 2 photographs on my slide. Could we move to the next slide just so I can see if there's, oh, okay, right. So this is where there's, so this is the top photograph is taken from the north. So the corner as you come in off the Ashwell Road, and the bottom photograph is taken from, again, from the Ashwell Road from the southern end of the site, or corner, south eastern corner. Next slide, please. So here we have top photograph showing Ashwell Road section. It's showing essentially sections of the road that already have hedging and gaps along it. And the bottom photograph is a more recent photograph taken from the north east corner. So that's along the bridle, near to bridleway 13, looking into the site. Next slide, please. So here we have some viewpoints from the applicant's submission. It's taken from the applicant's landscape and visual appraisal. This is the view from the public footpath in the parallel field to the east. That's viewpoint 5. Next slide, please. This is viewpoint 8. This is the view from the road immediately adjacent to the property known as the Knoll. It's looking from Ashwell Road to the southwest. Next slide, please. We have viewpoint 12. This is the view from the public right-of-way 13 north of the site, looking towards the site. Next slide, please. So some photo montages now. This is the southeast corner in year 10. It's the close-up montage looking north. Next slide, please. So here we have southeast corner photo montage, again at year 10. This is close up and looking to the north. You can see the copse there in the mid part of the photograph. Next slide, please. And here we have a illustrative section to show the relationship between the panel, the hedge, and the bridleway, to show some scale detail. That's all the slides. Thank you for that. So just to confirm, obviously the whole application is before members tonight. but obviously there's a previous report that was considered by the committee in September last year. There were 5 reasons for referral. They're set out in the report at 4.4.1. They relate in the round to biodiversity, traffic and access, noise, understanding noise, and conditions raised by the parish council, requested conditions. And then we had, of course, the Secretary of State's letter asking to advise him as to whether members made a decision that he would be advised before they do so. So that was a holding direction. So in relation to that particular point, we can confirm that the Secretary of State has written to the council to confirm that he no longer intends to call in the application, and the holding direction is withdrawn. And this means that members can make the decision on the application tonight. So just to summarise, the updated report presented to you now focuses on the reasons for a deferral set out in the original application from September report, the issues arising from following the revised and additional application details provided by the applicant in January this year, recent changes to policy and guidance, and other material considerations arising since the application was considered in September. The original report is attached at Appendix 1 and sets out the detailed considerations on most of the technical matters. And again, apologies for a very lengthy report, but obviously lots of detail to consider here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do members of the committee have any questions for our planning officer? Yes, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, a couple of questions. So around the construction traffic, it says you're going to limit it to 2 articulated lorries a day. How many movements do you think are required to actually build this farm?
Can I ask, that might be a question better presented to the applicant, their agent, perhaps, because I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. How will you monitor that then?
Well,
the 2 movements a day, are you going to monitor that?
Well, there's a condition, obviously. The normal way is if we receive complaints about it, obviously there's not an officer on the site looking at those movements, but if we were alerted to the fact there were more HGVs, of course it's 2, so you would notice probably more than 2 arriving into the locality of Bygrave, then we would expect that somebody would be alerting us to that, and we would refer that to our enforcement team for investigation.
Okay. And what about the remodelling of the road? I understand, have highways made that a requirement, or?
So in relation to the junction immediately adjacent to the site.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the applicant, following the deferral of the last application, decided to reconsider the access point proposed, which was going to be dealt with by condition in detail. And they proposed revised details that minimise then the hedge removal. So this is why we now have a revised access arrangement presented as part of this second report tonight. To answer your question.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? I'm seeing no one indicate. I'm going to ask one myself. The grid connection point, that looks to me, it's on Baldock Road, and it's the other side of Baldock Road to where Sainsbury's and the retail units are. What's the distance from the proposed site to the connection point?
We understand it's approximately 5 kilometres.
Okay.
But again, the applicant may be able to confirm that when.
Yeah, that's fine. And this one, probably, I think you're also going to tell me, is for the applicant. It was a technical question around energy seepage and whether all of the electricity generated is likely to reach that point. But I think that's an applicant question.
Yes, I think they have technical expertise that certainly excels mine.
So I shall hold on to that. And if the applicant's already planned 5 minutes that don't include answers to those, don't feel that you need to include it, because I will ask the question at the appropriate point. Right. Any further questions for the planning officer? No. Okie dokie. In that case, we're going to move on to hear from the objectors. And I think there's been a bit of coordination across the piece. So what I'm going to do is take certainly all three of the resident objectors. That's a funny name, isn't it? Resident objectors. So I'll take you three and then allow for questions. However, Councillor Nash, is it going to be cleaner if we take you immediately after the objectors and then just question everybody in the round, or do you want to be taken separate?
I have no preference, whatever is easier and agreeable.
In that case, in the interests of efficiency, because I feel that there's probably going to be a bit of teamwork in building, I'm going to take the three residents and then Councillor Nash and then questions from the committee for everyone, because then we've got as full a presentation as possible, and also nobody's thunder is going to be stolen on the questioning. So in that case, I shall move on to James Colgrave. James, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Julie, Mark and I represent the Bygrave Action Group, a community-based group set up at the request of Bygrave Parish Council. We would all support the siting of a solar plant in Bygrave Parish, as long as it's in an appropriate location. This evening, I will summarise our key objections to this application. Julie here will set out why we believe the officer's assessment and recommendation should be challenged, and then Mark will explain the impact that this development would have on our village. We have very little time, and so please do ask questions at the end. Everything we say, we're able to substantiate. We were delighted with the questions last time. For the first time in this process, we actually felt our views mattered and we were being listened to, so thank you. So what are our objections? 1, the proposed solar plant would dominate the North Baldock chalk uplands. This was recognised by both the Council's own LVA and an LVA that we commissioned. In fact, it concluded that this site is simply too large, too exposed to view, and the local landscape is too sensitive for an appropriate location for a large-scale solar farm. 2, the whole field has been assessed as Grade 2 BMV agricultural land and will be lost to arable production for 40 years. That land is essential for our nation's food security. There are substantial amounts of lower-grade farmland in North Herts, much of which is adjacent to roads or railways and in locations that would be less impactful on the landscape. 3, the proposed route for the construction traffic is not safe. It's clear the highways agree with our point of view, and the compromises do very little to reduce the risks. Bygrave and Ashwell Roads are already dangerous with some blind bends, and the proposed changes at the junction with the A507 would make a dangerous junction potentially lethal. 4, the construction process would be noisy, and once in operation, solar plants generate a continuous humming sound, especially in the summer months. The applicant has submitted a noise assessment report, but using some pretty questionable assumptions agreed by the applicant. 5, there is no credible grid connection plan. It's clear the connection route would be complex, given the need to navigate around Baldock, under the A1, and under the East Coast Mainline Railway. The reality is the connection may take years. Finally, the MPPF encourages local planning authorities to identify locations that would be suitable for solar developments. We have a new council, and so let's have a fresh start. Identify the right locations, offer them to developers, and achieve your commendable goal of achieving net zero for the district by 2040.
Thank you very much for sticking to time, because I was busy taking notes and not paying attention to the clock. That was absolutely fantastic. Well done. Right, so I shall move on to Julie.
Right, thank you. The planning officer's assessment is subjective. In September last year, I commented that too little weight had been given to the adverse impact on landscape and vistas. The impact on BMV agricultural land had been understated. There would be adverse impact on residential amenity, risk from construction traffic, and risk from fire. An urgent need for renewable energy isn't actually a benefit, and this should be disregarded. The weighting given to renewable energy was incorrectly recorded as very substantial rather than substantial. The weighting given to economic benefits was too high, and the biodiversity net gain had been overstated. New policy and experience since September have strengthened our views that the harms of this development clearly outweigh the benefits. In January, a new policy statement made clear that applicants should avoid using BMV land where possible. The government's energy security plan clarified that developers must have consideration for food security. On the 15th of May, a ministerial statement was made entitled Solar and Protecting Our Food Security and BMV Land. It stated that the highest quality agricultural land is least appropriate for solar development, and as the land grade increases, there is greater onus on developers to show use of higher quality agricultural land is necessary. PACE's site search used to justify use of Grade 2 land is inadequate, misleading and disingenuous. In December, Council approved for consultation a draft supplementary planning document on sustainability. This document states that for solar developments to be permitted, they must not produce adverse impacts on transport networks, residential amenity, or landscape quality, landscape character, and visual amenity. This proposed development fails on all these counts.
Got 1 minute.
Whilst this document has not been formally adopted, it has been approved by Council, and there is precedent for use of draft documents in planning decisions. As regards fire risk, health and safety guidance has been published, and the National Fire Chiefs Council has also published guidance. This proposed development does not comply. In November, North Herts Council rejected an application for a solar plant at Spurbury Hill. We have looked in detail at this. There can be absolutely no justification for rejecting Spurbury Hill but approving Bygrave. This month, a planning inspector dismissed an appeal by PACE to build a solar plant in the Forest of Dean. This ruling is directly relevant to this application. There are many other precedents which support our view that this application should be rejected.
Thank you very much. It's very timely again. Excellent. And finally, Mark Goddard.
Good evening, everyone. Bygrave is a small, very quiet village situated in open rolling countryside between Baldock and Ashwell. The views of and from Topham's Field are gorgeous, and the field is visible all the way from the top of Claybush Hill. Dog walkers, hikers, cyclists and horse riders enjoy the views and tranquility from the 2 footpaths running along the edge of the site, which are part of the ancient Icknield Way. Their enjoyment, or amenity to use a planning term, would be destroyed by the loss of views and the industrial landscape and the noise. Now, there is precedent of rejecting development in the immediate area. In 2017, an application to build a grass-covered microbrewery on a very small site adjacent to the proposed solar plant was rejected. It was deemed contrary to planning policy for a rural beyond the Greenbelt area, and because, and I quote, the proposed design and scale of the development in open countryside would be inappropriate and harmful to the visual amenities of the rural area. The solar plant site is 400 times bigger than that rejected site. Now, the road from Baldock to Ashwell is not safe for construction traffic. The changes proposed to the junction with the A507 are simply outrageous. Moving a junction widely used by pedestrians, families and school children, and putting their crossing point within centimetres of one of the busiest A roads in North Herts. The traffic survey was absolute nonsense. So there is no reliable information on traffic speeds or volumes. Now, these dangers could be avoided by taking the traffic via the A1 and the A507 directly through the landowner's property. And I'm afraid to say that PACE has shown utter contempt for the villagers. An example of this is the derisory offer made to the village to mitigate this industrial site.
Got 1 minute.
And it's no exaggeration to say that Bygrave Village and the lives of the people who live there would be ruined if this development were to go ahead. Indeed, Bygrave is already doing our bit. With North Herts' total requirement of 3,500 homes to be built 300 metres south of our village, and an industrial anaerobic digester plant is already adjacent to the east of our village. Now, this committee here tonight are our advocates. We rely on you to look after the interests of us, the folk in North Herts, 93% of whom objected to this proposal. So please don't be hoodwinked into approving this simply because it's for renewable energy. This is a commercial proposal by a ruthless developer and a greedy, wealthy landowner. It's inappropriate, ill thought out, it's dangerous, and doesn't comply with planning rules and regulations. So please reject it, and please don't let the potential of an appeal dissuade you from doing the right thing. Thank you ever so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to move on to Councillor Nash, and then I'll take the committee's questions for everybody. So Lisa, you've got 5 minutes.
Thanks. I act as member advocate for the residents of Bygrave, a Category C village in the Greenbelt. I strongly object to this application for several reasons, including it is a catastrophic vandalism of the landscape, a threat to our food security and reckless traffic management scheme. As evidenced in the 2011 North Herts Landscape Study, this area has been designated as North Baldock Chalk Uplands, characterised by rolling chalk landform, large-scale open landscapes, with long-distance views from local vantage points. The study confirms that this landscape is rare in the district, that this is a valued landscape deserving of protection from incongruous development. The openness and gentle hills characterising the area make the site extremely prominent. The government's MPPG confirms that large-scale solar farms can have a negative impact on the rural environment, particularly in undulating landscapes. The draft SPD on sustainability, soon to be approved by Cabinet, states that these types of developments should be sited where they have the least adverse impact. This scheme negatively impacts the landscape character, the landscape quality, and the visual amenity, and does not consider the cumulative impacts of development. They should also protect the amenity of residents. There is a popular public right-of-way which borders the site, which is well-used amenity which would be lost. Since the COVID pandemic, we have a higher level of mental ill health, and the positive value of open spaces on mental well-being is well documented. This Grade 2 agricultural land is currently farmed to produce a variety of crops, including cereal, and is described as the best and most versatile agricultural land, which the NPPF recommends should continue to be farmed for food production. With the current international hostilities as they are, we are living in uncertain times and need to protect the agricultural land to put food on people's plates. Last month, the Energy Security Secretary said that with growing geopolitical tension, the best agricultural land must be protected for food security, and discussed rooftops being prioritised over agricultural land. This proposal is an appalling and inappropriate use of open countryside, especially when North Herts have the right to insist that every new build has solar panels fitted as standard. It has been suggested that sheep will be placed here, but let's remember that the meat industry is the second biggest contributor to global warming after fossil fuels. The officer's report overlooks the fact that our energy mix already includes a high proportion of clean energy from nuclear power and offshore wind. The Bygrave's own anaerobic digester can power 4,500 homes. I say put the solar panels on the roof spaces, not food spaces. The traffic management scheme is inappropriate and endangers the lives of vulnerable road users. The applicant's 407 articulated trucks and hundreds of other HGVs will need to negotiate a quiet rural lane to reach the construction site. The highways officer recognises that this road is inappropriate for heavy trucks. It has a 7.5 tonne weight limit. He has imposed a condition in the interest of safety, stating that only 2 articulated vehicles may access the site per day, so just 4 movements. There is still no up-to-date construction traffic management plan, so we do not know how they intend to mitigate against the dangers caused by the thousands of traffic movements their development would generate along this rural lane.
Got 1 minute.
The application should not be improved until full details are published, showing how the construction traffic will be able to move safely to and from the site. We have a responsibility as a local authority to protect food security, more than important than ever in such times of uncertainty. Approving this application is paramount to issuing a passport for destroying a precious local environment and taking valuable farmland out of commission. The planning officer himself acknowledged that this is a huge and complex case which needs to be addressed on its own merits and needs to be considered carefully. I am conscious that this is the third case to be heard tonight and respectfully suggest that members have had little time to prepare. I would urge you to do the right thing and either object to this case or defer to another planning meeting when you've had adequate time to undertake due diligence if you've not yet achieved this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so over to members of the committee. If you've got a question for a specific objector, please obviously state which objector you're addressing it to. And if a number of you feel that you have responses, raise a hand and I'll call you in turn. So I had Councillor Muir first.
Fine, thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions, which I like to hear the answers of from the objectors. What makes you think that Pace's site search was misleading? 2, you said that the traffic survey was nonsense. Please, can you explain why you think this is and what are the consequences might be? Thirdly, you referred to Strawberry Hill decision made by the PCC and the Forester Dean appeal dismissed. Please, can you explain the relevance between these 2 applications? Thank you.
Excellent. Right. So I'll take the first question first, which was what makes you think that the site search was misleading? I see Julie.
Thank you. One key reason is that the search criteria were too simplistic and too narrow, which resulted in suitable sites being incorrectly sifted out. 2 of their stated criteria are that the site must be at least 50 hectares and must be within 5 kilometres of the grid connection. The distance between the grid connection point is a very important factor in establishing the profitability of the proposed development. The cost of connection to the grid increases exponentially with distance, so smaller sites will be viable if they are close to the grid connection point. In fact, Pace is working on a number of developments much smaller than 50 hectares, including one which is only 13 hectares. There are plenty of small sites on grade 3 land, some of which will be grade 3B, so not BMV land, within a viable distance of the Letchworth substation, but these have been unnecessarily excluded from Pace's site search. Pace has also excluded greenbelt sites, but there are precedents for approval being granted for solar plants on greenbelt land, so it should not have been excluded from the site search. Once they have identified potential sites, they then assess their suitability against various criteria and RAG rate them, i.e. give a red, amber or green rating, depending on whether it's fail, pass or not yet determined. They then compare the sites. On a careful reading of the report, it is apparent that their assessment for the proposed site is after applying mitigations, such as planting additional hedgerows. All the other sites are assessed before applying mitigations. This is hugely misleading and highly inappropriate. Had Pace carried out the site search properly, it would have shown other sites as being more suitable than the proposed site, and their flawed site search must not be used to justify using grade 2 BMV land for this development.
Right. Thank you very much. I am noting that that was a very well prepared answer to a question. Just for the purposes of making sure that procedurally we are doing everything on the right footing, I would remind members of the rules around predetermination and predisposition, and ask that you all ensure that you have come to this meeting with an open mind. And if at any point you think that actually perhaps you might not have, then I would respectfully ask you to excuse yourselves. I will trust Councillor Muir's integrity for the time being and understand that he will do the right thing. Excellent. So not casting any aspersions at all on that point, Michael, just a safety note for everyone to make sure that we're fully covered. So thank you very much for the answer on that, Julie. The second question was around the traffic survey and why you have concerns with that. Can I have a volunteer to respond? Yeah.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that this survey is a cornerstone of the safety piece on the roads around Bygrave Village. So it's one of the cornerstones in this application. The data was collected in just to give you a bit of background, the data was collected in two locations. They were looking at vehicle volumes, vehicle classifications and speed, sorry. And it was collected in two locations, one either side of the proposed access point you saw earlier on one of the pictures there. But these measurement locations were just a few meters apart, and between them, there isn't any way that you can turn off the road. So you've got to go over one and then over the other one. So there were a few issues with those measurements. So this is taken from the report that PACE submitted to the planning department. So I'll give you an example. Over the assessment week, for traffic travelling south, 2,344 vehicles were recorded at the first measurement point and 2,511 at the second, a difference of 167 vehicles. Now, just to remind you, there is no turning off point between those two measurement sites, so we don't know how there's that huge discrepancy. Let's look at the breakdown by vehicle type. There were 0 motorcycles recorded at the first measurement site, but there were 60 at the second measurement site. I'll let that sink in. There were 1,056 light goods vehicles recorded at the first measurement site, but only 150 at the second site. That is just a few meters away with no way of any traffic leaving that road. Now let's go on to buses. This is also clearly incorrect. On weekdays, there are 3 buses travelling in each direction. The school bus taking children to school and also the scheduled public buses. The data collected for the period shows just 2 travelling south, recorded at the first measurement point, 1 on Monday and 1 on Tuesday, and 2 at the second, both on Monday. Now for northbound traffic across the whole week, there were 2 recorded at the first measurement point, but none at the second. But this gets worse. There was no looking at the most vulnerable people that use that road, the non-motorised users.
I'll take a point of order from Councillor Debenham.
They were given 3 minutes each, and now they're each having another 4 or 5 minutes each. It just seems to be some kind of...
I am hearing a detailed answer to a question that was made about the traffic survey, but I am also very much hearing pre-prepared speeches in the answers to the question. I think, though, to save time, we've got the point about the data. There's a query, it seems to me, from residents about the integrity and what's happened to perceived missing vehicles. And it might be that there is a question that is put to the applicant later about what happened and maybe a very brief response to the concerns that have been raised about the integrity of the traffic survey. Can I ask, is there anything else that you can sum up in say 50 words approximately on the traffic survey?
Absolutely. It gets even worse. So no vulnerable road users were looked at. No horse riders, cyclists, pedestrians, anybody else. That wasn't assessed. And when we met PACE, the only time we did meet PACE, we addressed these issues with them. And that was in March, and they've clearly done nothing to do that. So they've let these discrepancies come in front of this committee, hoping that they wouldn't be noticed. And I think, from my perspective, this is the health and safety of the people of North Hertfordshire, the villages of Bygrave and Ashwell, and that's despicable.
Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you for rounding that off. Okay, and the other decisions and the relevance of those. I think planning officers will be able to advise and provide a planning view, as will our legal officer, in respect of the weight that the committee might seek to apportion to those. And I think members may also potentially have questions around what might distinguish certain applications and what might make certain applications, potentially closer to the one that we are considering. So I think that those points we can certainly take internal technical advice on. But very, very briefly, could you explain why you chose to sort of flag those two specific applications?
And I will be as brief as I can, because quite frankly, we were flummoxed that it was recommended to reject Spurbury Hill and then recommended to approve Bygrave. So Spurbury Hill it's on a mixture of grade 2 and grade 3 A land. It's not tranquil. You can hear the motorway, you can hear the Luton flight path traffic. There are huge these sort of high voltage pylons in the field. There's there's no issues with the construction traffic. So we just can't understand why that one would be rejected. And there'd be a suggestion that we should be approving Bygrave. When you look at the two side by side, the case for rejecting Bygrave is so much stronger. To Forester Dean, I think this is really important because this was a PACE application and it was the same advisors. So it was the same landscape and visual impact assessor, Briarwood. It was Third Revolution Project, so Rob Shaw, who was at the last meeting. So just very quickly, on the face of it, it looks like a much more suitable site for a solar farm than Bygrave will be. It's very small. It's only 14 hectares. There's no battery storage. There's no cabling required because it can connect immediately from the site. And it's not greenbelt and there's no other special conditions. Now, in this particular case, the planning officer recommended that it be approved, but the council rejected the application. PACE appealed and the planning inspector dismissed the appeal. And the main reason that he dismissed it was that he said PACE had understated the impact on landscape character, visual amenity and residential amenity. And he pulled out things like it's undulating.
I think we've got it.
Ground,
I think we've had a nice, neat summary that's going to have assisted members if they've not had time to go away and look at those two other different applications. Right. So I've taken Councillor Muir's questions. I can see that Councillor Brown has questions. What I am going to ask is that when we are asking questions and providing answers, we are effectively dealing with points of clarification rather than restating arguments that have already been made in the lead submissions. I'm also mindful of time and that no good decisions are made after certain points in the evening as well. So if I think that things are going not in a productive way, I will be a bit firmer and cut people off, and I would appreciate your support and assistance with that. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. So my question concerns the weighting. So we all know that planning is about the balance, and it can be quite difficult sometimes to work out the balance for different positives and negatives for an application. And Julie, you spoke about the fact that the best and most versatile land was understated and that the visual impact was understated. Can you explain why you think that is? Because it's obviously quite subjective, this weighting.
I'm going to say I don't need an answer on that because I think that we got a view and an opinion from the original speeches. But what I am hearing in there is a potential question to the applicant around what the land is currently being used for, and why they think that this grade 2 land should potentially be considered for a solar farm. I think that the applicant is going to be able to give us a better and more detailed answer on that.
Okay.
Yep. Councillor Mason.
I think my question is either to you, Chair, or to one of the officers. I was just a little bit thrown. I'm not sure the relevance to this application of decisions that have been made elsewhere. I'm just slightly uncomfortable with that being thrown into the mix, and would welcome some guidance on that.
I think I'm in the same boat as you on the Forest of Dean. I think the Spurbury Hill one potentially is something that might sit there in the background as context, but if we could have a bit of guidance, please.
Yes, appeal decisions are potentially material considerations, and the weight you give to them is based upon the relevance to the application you're considering. Each application is considered on its own merits, but in many cases, appeal decisions are cited as a precedent for a decision to be made. In this instance, there are clearly differences, and I'm not clear about the differences with regards to the Forest of Dean, and I don't know what information was submitted with that appeal, what it was based upon, and therefore I believe we can't give that any weight. We don't know the details of that. As an officer, I do know the details with regards to Spurbury Hill because we dealt with that application. There are material differences between Spurbury Hill and this proposal. One of the main ones is that Spurbury Hill is in the Greenbelt and this site is not. Another material difference is that the Spurbury Hill site is adjacent to listed buildings and this site is not. So there are clearly differences with regards to Spurbury Hill compared to this application. And that's why I do always advise caution when giving any consideration to other appeal decisions. And we do consider them. For example, in the report, we've addressed the recent decision of the Secretary of State with regards to Great Wymondley and used that or considered that in relation to how we're going to address BMV following that decision. But as I say, each application is considered on its own merits, but appeal decisions are material considerations, and you give weight to those appeal decisions based upon the similarity with the scheme, whether the same policies apply, its location in relation to the application site. And so my view is that, not knowing anything about the Forest of Dean appeal, I would add, and I don't know whether members know anything about this Forest of Dean appeal, but in such circumstances, I would strongly recommend that you would give that decision little weight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Peace.
Hi, I heard a complaint about potential pedestrian road safety from one of the objectors. I know the junction with the 507 is going to be modified while the construction is carried out. I just wondered if you could briefly explain why that is dangerous to pedestrian safety. What is it about that modification?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll allow it, yeah.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, so at the end of Bygrave Road is the widest point of Bygrave Road. And as such, there's a pedestrian stopping point in the middle of that road, which has got two bollards on it. There's maybe a formal name for that. Well, that is so that large HGVs can swing into that road. That stopping point is being moved towards the A507. So the people who use it will be now, instead of being 2 or 3 meters, I think it's about 2.5 meters away, they'll be within about a meter of the main A road. Now, we believe that is dangerous. There's a whole load of children use it to go to school. The school's just down the road. It's right next to where the railway is. So railway people commuting in the morning use it all the time. And we believe that is a really dangerous thing to do. Secondly, the paths are being reduced in width. And they're reducing width, and you can literally only just get a wheelchair on that path. That is the size of the width of it. So they're the two things which look, and they're being moved so that these HGVs can turn in one circle into the Bygrave Road.
Thank you very much. And I think I will remind members, obviously, of the balancing between residents' lived experience versus the highways officers' reports. And obviously, on this particular matter, we're thinking and talking about the traffic during construction, and then it'll be subsequently during decommissioning as well, because once the relevant construction phases are completed, obviously the site will exist as it exists. Councillor Peace, your microphone's still on. Did you have a second?
No.
Nope. Okay. Do I have a conservation? Yeah.
Chair, if we do have any questions with regards to highways and traffic, we do have Matthew Armstrong on Zoom, who is Highways Officer at the County Council. So if members have any issues or questions with regards to highway matters, we have an officer, hopefully who's still with us, who is an expert in that field. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, let me think about this. Do I want to do this now or at the end? Firstly, can I check, do I still have a highways officer online?
I'm still here. I'm hearing everything. Hopefully you can still hear me.
Yes, we can hear.
Great.
So given that I've got a highways officer hanging on the line, very quickly, members, do you have any questions for the highways officer at this stage? Councillor Muir.
I live a few hundred yards up from the Bygrave Road at North Road, where I live. At the moment, about 3 years ago, there's an iron bell on the corner of Bygrave Road. So when you turn into Bygrave Road from North Road, this cast iron bell stands about 18 inches in the air, was flattened many times by lorries turning into Bygrave Road, and this bell is on the other side of the pavement on a grass verge. So lorries go over the pavement onto the grass verge, turning into Bygrave Road.
And the question is?
And the question is, I don't think it's safe for HGVs to turn into Bygrave Road and travel up to Upper Bygrave.
That was a beautiful speech, Michael. Thank you very much for the additional context. I think the question for the highways officer is, bearing in mind the location of this, what is the highways view on the safety of this turning point?
Yeah, good evening, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't know whether it'd be helpful to give a 30-second overview of the highways backstory. I'm happy if you want me to go straight into that point, Chair.
I'm seeing some nods in the room. If you can give us a quick sort of potted view and then get to the question, that'd be great.
I'm conscious of the time. I'll be as quick as possible. We in the Highway Authority appreciate the highway concerns that have been raised. Our initial consultation response actually raised very similar concerns. We objected initially. The applicant's initial information that they presented to us in the application was largely a desktop assessment, and we made it clear to them that if they were going to continue to propose this route, then they really had to do some proper, thorough on-the-ground assessments, measurements, cross-referencing that with ordnance survey mapping, pictures, written descriptions, so on and so forth. And to give the applicant their due, the transport consultant their due, they have worked generally very positively with us. We've undertaken numerous site visits ourselves. Our safety team, our network management team, our rights of way team have all had extensive input into all of this. And yeah, we reached a point where we did withdraw our objection, subject to some very stringent mitigation measures, some conditions which you have before you now. So hopefully that's a very useful kind of potted history backstory of just where we've gone with the highways aspect, just to acknowledge, yeah, we understand the concerns, and we did share many of those initially. In terms of the Bygrave Road A507 junction, yeah, that's going to be redesigned very slightly, as has been explained. The northern arm, the curb radius, will be opened out somewhat to allow the swing in of larger heavy goods vehicles. I think, when we look at anything like this, it's looking at everything in the round. So there are some slight disbenefits to that, and there are some slight benefits to that. I would just say as an aside, our safety team has reviewed the design, and although they had some minor comments, they didn't raise any fundamental concerns. But yeah, the disbenefits are obviously a slightly wider curve radii. In theory, could allow vehicles to enter slightly faster rates. It does make a slightly wider crossing distance for pedestrians in moving the central island down towards the main carriageway somewhat. But actually, in doing that, you're improving the visibility for pedestrians travelling from the north to the south. So at the moment, as you do that, you're actually trekking into the radius of the curve, and you look over your right shoulder, and it's actually quite limited by the vegetation. So in moving the pedestrian island down, it's actually improving visibility for pedestrians crossing for any traffic turning in. The grass verge is largely retained. I think that's what Councillor Muir was referring to. There's a kind of a historic metal iron feature there, and yeah, the grass verge is within that, and yeah, that might be sort of eaten into very slightly, but it's certainly not very significant. We've heard about concerns with moving that central pedestrian refuge island closer to the junction. I mean, I think it's just worth noting that literally a few meters to the north of that junction, there is a central pedestrian crossing island on the A507 itself, the main road to get from one side to the other. And of course, if you're a pedestrian and you're waiting in the middle there, you're within centimeters of the running lanes, the traffic there. So that's not uncommon to have that. So you actually set further back, even with the new the relocated island. And you can see many examples across the county where islands are set relatively far forward to the giveaway line. So hopefully that helps. As I say, gives a bit of a backstory and that particular redesign of the junction.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much for that, Matt. I think that was really helpful. And I hope that it's brought to life some of the highways comments that were in the reports a bit more for members as well. Councillor Muir, I need to ask you a question. Do you perhaps think you might have a non-registerable interest, given that you live close by to this location? And in the event that you do, of course, you can speak on the matter, but you can't remain for the debate or the vote.
I have a clear mind on this, although I live in North Road. So I'm perfectly happy to carry on.
Isabel.
Thank you, Councillor Muir, for confirming that you've come to the committee with an open mind. That's great. But in terms of your interest or potential interest, so looking at the code of section 17 of the terms of reference of our constitution, it does say what a non-registrable interest would be. So if you feel that you may have a non-registrable interest, regardless of having an open mind, then you wouldn't be able to vote or participate in the debate. So in terms of what constitutes a non-registrable interest, that's where a matter arises at a meeting that directly relates to a member's financial interest or well-being, or that of a relative or close associate, and they must disclose that interest. So if we have that confirmation, I understand and appreciate your confirmation in relation to having an open mind, but in regards to the interest itself, so that we could make that determination.
In this at all. And I'm here with an open mind.
Thank you very much for confirming that. Right, Councillor Brown.
I was hoping to ask a question of the highways officer, but before they disappeared, but
I feel like he might hang around.
Can I ask it now?
You may. I'm mindful of time, so
yeah, it's going to be a quick one.
Yep.
So I just he's obviously explained a lot about the junction, the A507. What about the road from the Bygrave Road from the A507 junction to the site access itself? It's quite a narrow road. can he explain to me whether he thinks that's safe for HGVs to pass on that, or how that will be organised?
Yeah, Matt, are you able to briefly elaborate a bit more on what's already in the reports?
Sure. So we asked the applicant to carry out extensive vehicle tracking, basically using AutoCAD computer software. We also asked, as I mentioned earlier, that they do proper on-the-ground measurements to make sure that the mapping that they were using to do that vehicle tracking is accurate. Much of the route is at least or greater than 4.8 meters in width. And manual for streets explains, so manual for streets is the key guidance technical guidance that we would use in a kind of rural lane environment such as this. Manual for streets explains 4.8 meters is sufficient for a large lorry to pass by a car. It does say that where there are bends, it needs to be widened slightly, because obviously you get over track around bends. But as I say, most of the route is 4.8 meters or greater in width. Some of the sections are up to 6.5 meters. Some are a little bit narrower. So yeah, we asked the applicant to do some detailed vehicle tracking, basically to demonstrate that the largest lorries, articulated lorries, could pass by a large car, which is the most likely scenario we'd see on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, there's some constrained sections where those two vehicles can't pass by one another, but the key point is that there's generally very good forward visibility to those constrained sections. So one or other of the drivers can hold back. And I think this is probably the key point of the look and the feel of the environment of most of Bygrave Road and Ashwell Road. Certainly for the first couple of miles or so. The surrounding grass verges and fields are generally on the same kind of level, generally quite flat. There's sections with hedgerows, which are very well managed and kept, so their height is restricted. A lot of the other vegetation along the side grass verges is quite scraggy, so it's kind of self-limiting in terms of the height. And so along most of the route, there's actually very good forward visibility to see oncoming traffic and oncoming pedestrians and so on and so forth. Yes, there are a small number of slightly more constrained sections, but I think we've done a very thorough accident assessment, which is a very strong valid material consideration. Normally, the standard across the industry is to look at 5 years of accident data. We've looked at 40 years, so that's our full record. We've looked at 40 years worth of accident data along the entire stretch of Bygrave Road from the A507 to the site. And we're really not seeing anything in terms of obvious trends. The last pedestrian or cyclist accident was back in 2001, so there's been nothing for a long time. Yeah, I think it's just taking everything in the round, say with the applicants tracking and so on and so forth. But yeah, we've reached this point where we're of the view with mitigation that it is acceptable.
Okay, great, thank you. I think that fully answers that point. I am minded. I don't like cutting off good scrutiny or debate, but I think that we're edging away from that territory and starting to have mission creep. Michael, I will allow one final question.
Yes, thank you. There is a lorry ban along Bygrave Road of over 7.5 ton vehicles. So how is one going to police that? Because the lorries that will go to the solar farm will be over 7.5 tons.
I believe that is set out in the papers. Matt, are you able to quickly point us to the paragraph number and read that for me, please?
I don't actually have the officer's report in front of me, but the answer is there was a traffic regulation order. I think it goes back to, I don't have it in front of me, but 1980 something, which put in that restriction. It's an except for access exception. So our network management team has confirmed that this particular site comes under that exception. So yes, as a through route, as a wider route, it has that restriction, but this particular site has a valid exception under the traffic regulation order.
Great. Thank you very much for confirming that. I think I've got a highway safety condition at condition 26, which covers multiple different points. I'm not going to attempt to find the right part of the report that answers that point, because I'm satisfied with the response that we received from Matt, and I recall seeing it in the papers when I read them. Right. I'm seeing no further questions for the objectors. It seems to me there's a potential for a natural break in the proceedings before we move on to those speaking in favour of this application. So, members of the committee, are we happy to press on and hear from the supporters and the applicant, or do you need to take a brief break? Carry on? Carry on. Excellent. Right. So, back to my running order. So the first person that we have speaking in support of the application is Edward Wainwright Lee. I've not had an indication that you want to all sort of follow on from each other. And I think, so do you want to all be taken all at once and then face questions at the end, or do you want to go one by one?
Really? Okay.
Not terribly bothered. I'll take you one at a time then. So it's over to you, Mr. Wainwright Lee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. I'm a family member and director of A&WA Farm Limited, which owns and farms the Topham's Field. Our family has farmed in North Hertfordshire for some 400 years, so you'll completely understand that our local environment is important to us. Indeed, all of the woods around Newnham and Arbury Banks have been planted and tended to by my forebears over the years. Our family objective is the sustainability of our enterprise and ensuring financial security for our future generations. Farming has always been at the core of our business and very much still is. Times have definitely changed, with food security and climate change being high on all political agendas. The removal of the landowner subsidy has been replaced in part by environmental stewardship schemes. As a result, we now have over 50 acres set aside to wildlife schemes. These have resulted in significant increases in populations of smaller birds, insects, butterflies, and their predators. Over recent times, we've seen huge changes in agriculture. We now find ourselves far more vulnerable to global events, both physical and weather-related, both meaning that some arable crops are now marginal to grow. As custodians of the land and for the future of our business, we need to diversify our income streams to secure the longevity of our business. The PACE proposal will help us provide and our family business with a certain long-term income stream outside the fluctuations of crop margins, and also address the needs of the national requirement for some green energy, which we all need to support. The land in question is reasonable ground at grade 2 and grows adequate crops. However, it's important to note and realise that the solar farm would not be a loss from agricultural production, as we will still farm sheep in the identified area, and after the term, the area would still be able to return to cropping. Looking forward, food security, wildlife protection, and energy self-sufficiency are key to the agricultural landscape. Without solar farms such as this proposal, these ambitions become more difficult. At a macro level, and in response to global warming, sustainability also demands that our business takes action to become carbon neutral.
Got 1 minute.
Initiatives such as the proposal move us closer to our long-term sustainability objectives, and we consider the PACE proposal is a large step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much. Colleagues, do we have questions? I'm seeing nobody indicate, and I heard that the field in question is currently used for growing crops, and I've seen the types of crops that are produced on the farm via your website as well, so I don't think that we need to drill down into that one any further. Thank you. Right. If there's no further questions, I will move on to Stuart Redaway. Again, Mr. Redaway, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. Yeah. Just about myself, I've lived in Ashwell for 53 years. I have a physics PhD, and I have absolutely no financial interest in this at all. The biggest existential issue facing humankind is climate change, mostly caused by greenhouse gas emissions. A major source of emissions is fossil fuels used to generate electricity. This can be reduced by using solar panels. Whilst rooftop panels are good, the more panels, the better. For example, with solar farms such as the Topham's proposal discussed this evening. It's not either or, but both or all. All costs are being paid by PACE, so there's no cost to the public. PACE will get their money back from selling the electricity produced to the national grid. Objectors claim, among other things, that the view from Upper Bygrave will be spoilt, but this is reduced because the land falls away down the hill the farm is on and only affects 2 or 3 houses. The view from secondly, objectors claim the view from Arbury Banks is spoilt or will be spoilt, but in fact the solar farm will only be visible from a small section of the footpath round Arbury Banks. I suggest people go and look if they want to. Thirdly, the view from Bygrave Road may distract or annoy motorists. Fourthly, objectors claim the land is good agricultural land which would be lost, but a lot of potential agricultural land is already lost to, for example, golf courses. Also, a lot of land is devoted to cattle, which emit a lot of methane, and a small reduction in the amount of beef eaten would save a lot of agricultural land. So this argument about agricultural land is largely emotional.
Got just over half a minute.
Oh, the solar farm will occasionally emit some noise from cooling fans, but this is tiny. The benefit of the farm will be public picnic areas at the southwest end of the farm and 2 footpaths. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members of the committee have any questions? No, I'm seeing no one indicate. Right. Okay, so I shall move us on then to hear from the applicant's agent, Jill Eaton. Jill, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Jill Eaton, representing the applicant, Pathfinder Clean Energy, known as PACE. The team here with me tonight have been working on the site for several years and last spoke to the committee in September 23. The proposal tonight is accumulation of years of work from officers, specialists and the core delivery team to bring forward the strongest proposal possible. PACE is a British-based renewable energy company. Their vision is to help the country avoid the worst effects of the climate emergency whilst reducing our dependence on fossil fuels and reversing the loss of biodiversity by delivering clean, low-cost energy projects. The benefits of the solar development are unmistakable, and planning policy support at national level and at local level through your local plan is clear and explicit. Significant weight must be given to the benefits this development will bring. It will provide reliable, sustainable and affordable energy across the district. At your annual council meeting 3 weeks ago, the chair opened with a message that it is with regards to the climate and ecological emergencies that this council must act. It is the farmers in Hertfordshire and beyond that feel the brunt, and we've seen firsthand the effects of unpredictable weather patterns on declining crop yields. And it's really time for everyone to act. Solar farms across the country are helping farmers diversify their income whilst providing the UK with reliable and clean sources of energy, of electricity. Solar has a huge role to play in creating an affordable energy system. Solar energy is now one of the cheapest sources of power. Our solar farm will make a crucial contribution to the council's target of net zero district by 2040, whilst generating clean renewable energy to meet its growing demand as our economy electrifies. Extensive work has been carried out for this application, resulting in no objections from statutory consultees. We've worked closely with officers and with consultees. We've engaged with the local community, including a site visit held with Bygrave Parish Council in March to understand their concerns. We seek to design our proposals with input from the community, and PACE will continue to oversee its construction and operation if consented this evening. Feedback from residents has improved the proposals, including amendments to construction, traffic, landscape, biodiversity, and the inclusion of 2 permissive paths to the south and east of the site. Our commitment to the community is also illustrated through the proposed Community Benefit Fund of £200,000 over the lifetime of the project, and agreement to establish a community liaison group to allow two-way dialogue with the villagers following construction and operation. The proposals comply with policy. Specifically, officers agree that the generation of renewable energy and reduction in carbon emissions are very substantial benefits. There are significant benefits to local biodiversity, with 66% increase in habitats and over 100% increase in hedgerows through new woodland, hedges and species-rich grassland. The economic benefits of the energy supplied and jobs created are significant. Highway matters have been refined since members last considered the application, and no objections raised by your local highway authority. Officers agree there will be no noise impacts to residents, and fire risk has been carefully considered, including a second access point and a planning condition to allow further refinement at the detailed design stage. Policy does not prevent the use of higher grade agricultural land. We've carefully considered available sites outside the green belt before choosing the proposed sites, and the scheme is policy compliant in this regard. The landscape and visual impacts have been fully considered through robust assessments, with officers agreeing the effects are localised. The effects are further mitigated through existing and new vegetation. PACE will continue to work with residents on the landscape details as part of the community liaison group.
Got 1 minute.
The heritage effects have also been fully assessed with officers in Historic England and deemed acceptable. In summary, this is a very well located and designed project. It has attracted local support as well as objection. As a clean technology producing no pollution, our solar farm will be delivered alongside agriculture whilst helping reverse local species decline. The years of work that have gone into the proposal have resulted in an application which we are proud to bring forward. We welcome the officers' support, and we encourage councillors to support our application in line with your officers' recommendation and the council strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, do we have questions for the applicant? I think Councillor Muir was the fastest finger on that one.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, how long is the construction period expected to take? And does this fully factor in the restrictions on articular lorries of 2 visits per day and none on bank holidays or weekends?
Yes, it's a 30 to 35 week construction period. It does allow for the 2 per day. There's very clear conditions that are set out if permission is to be granted restricting that, and it's been fully assessed by the local highway authority in that regard relative to that construction period and that number of articulated vehicle movements.
Thank you. And I think on the previous report, I can't see the exact page number because I've got 2 competing page numbers printed over each other, but there was a section headed Other Matters that noted the weight limit on Bygrave Road as well. Michael and Highways have set out detailed comment in the past as well, so I'm satisfied that that point's been fully considered. Councillor Brown.
I was actually going to ask that same question, which I asked to the case officer at the start. But I have another question. So can you comment on the how you're going to connect to the grid and the cabling, please?
Yes, thank you. So the connection to the grid will be carried out by the statutory undertaker. So it's not part of this application, which is standard. And there's permitted development rights for statutory undertakers to create the cabling. So that's not part of this application, which is standard for proposals of this nature.
Yeah. Okay. I think that was very clear, and members will note that point. Actually, on sort of that grid point, I had a question around the distance. Is there any potential energy loss over the 5 kilometre distance for the connection?
So it's a technical question, but the PACE team have confirmed there's no no losses, so it's a very limited losses at all. Again, it's a very technical question, so Mark, is there anything else you want to add on technical losses?
We step the voltage up to reduce the resistance.
I can hear a GCSE physics lesson coming from the back of the room. But I will take the lay interpretation, which is there will be very limited energy losses over this distance. Right, who have I got next? Councillor Claydon.
Thank you. I wondered whether you could just comment on the security arrangements and the plans for quite a large number of CCTV cameras on elevated, and you know what the basis of the sort of number and arrangement of those is based on. Thanks.
In terms of impact on residential amenity, just so I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they will be fairly visible from more or less every angle if they're dotted around the site. So just, and because they're raised up, you know, by several meters. So just understanding why so many are required, and you know to what extent they will be visible from outside the site from different directions.
Yeah, so it's very much to meet the requirements and insurance requirements and our knowledge from other projects. There is a condition relating to ensuring there's no impact on residential amenity through the direction and management of the security cameras, so it is picked up in the conditions.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have questions for the applicants before I potentially ask another slightly technical one? Oh, I've piqued Councillor Debenham's interest. Right, okay, I shall take advantage of being chair and ask a question. So my knowledge of solar PV is definitely not going to be as in-depth as the applicants. I know a lot about it from a domestic setting, and obviously in those places, the energy generated can be stored in batteries and can be used within the resident's home. We've heard a lot, and there's a lot in the reports as well about the energy needs of the district and how this application is going to help us deliver those energy needs. But the energy is being exported to the national grid. So my query is, where does the energy that's generated from this solar farm go? Is it going to be directly used in North Herts by residents of North Herts, or is this more a question of it effectively being a carbon offsetting measure? And that's how it relates to our climate strategy.
If the applicant can actually answer.
Technically, I'm only allowed to have the registered speakers respond.
It's into the grid as a whole, yeah.
So there's no direct benefit to the district. It's an indirect, it's a notional point. Okay. Any questions from committee members? Nope. There's also comment in the report around employment opportunities that this application will create. Could you elaborate on that? What additional employment benefit is this going to deliver?
So it's set out in our planning statement, and I'm sure it'll be in the officer's report, but it'll be in relation to construction of employing local people. Often we have strategies to ensure local people during construction are employed. Thank you.
That's the construction phase that lasts 35 days. Oh, 35 weeks, sorry. Slightly more substantial than 35 days. You can tell it's getting late, can't you? Right. I think that I don't have any further questions that I need to ask the applicant. Does anybody else have anything that they wish to be clarified at this point? No. Right. Well, thank you very much. Okay, colleagues. So we're at that point now where I will ask our officers to respond to any issues raised and summarise. Who's taking it? Do you want to go, Sean?
There was a comment from a local resident that we've just looked at this proposal in some kind of subjective way, whereas officers have sought to look at it objectively and consider the impacts or harms of the development and balance those against the benefits. And the report it thoroughly looks at all those issues and puts a weighting in that planning balancing process. And comes to the view that the proposal would be sustainable development and that planning permission should be granted. I don't think there's any other matters that I think I need to address. Oh, there was one mention of the draft sustainability SPD that was mentioned. That is a draft document, and at this point, it can't be given any weight in the determination of applications for planning permission. And that's it. Thank you.
That was incredibly short and sweet, but you actually answered one of the questions I had written down, so thank you for that. Right, members, we can move on to proposals. Do we need a break, or do we want to press on with debate? Press on? I'm hearing pressing on. Okay, right. So the report before us is recommending the application for approval. Do any members have a motion either in support of approval, deferral, or rejection that they wish to propose? Councillor Debenham.
Thank you. Yeah, I propose that we accept this application, but I'm happy to change the traffic management scheme to get an alternative route into the site, as was suggested by one of the objectives.
Okay, so I've had a proposal for approval, but with a note around potential conditions. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Yes,
Councillor
Mantle. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll move us into the debate on that particular one. Councillor Debenham, you've mentioned an amendment to the conditions. Do you have a form of words or some narrative that we can play with to craft one?
The gentleman here mentioned the A1 or something, an alternative route, and I'm quite happy for whatever he thinks is most suitable to avoid traffic congestion in the village.
Going to look at officers. Did you capture that point? Is that something that would be workable?
I don't believe that would be workable. We're dealing with the application as currently proposed. We have suggested conditions that deal with the submission as submitted. I'm not quite sure how we would deal with that matter.
Okay, are you prepared to amend your motion?
Just board it up, just try and help.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the attempt at assistance. I think that there might be a point. The construction management plan, is that set in stone at this point in time, or is there flexibility and the ability to work with the applicant and with the community to mitigate any harm that isn't currently addressed?
Yes, the proposal is that there's a condition requiring the submission of a construction management plan, and we can look at lots of aspects with regard to that in ensuring that during the construction phase, the impacts are sufficiently mitigated to an acceptable level. The construction management plan condition sets out those matters that we will look at, and the applicant has indicated that they will have liaison also with the local community, which the applicant will submit the details to discharge that condition, and so can take those matters into account when submitting those details.
Okay, so I think that I'm satisfied that if this were approved, those conditions would be supportive and would allow those points that have been raised by objectors to be taken into account. And obviously, outside the process of decision making, I think there's a clear note to the applicant. You've heard what's been said in the room this evening. Councillor Muir.
I'm not too happy with this application. I drive along the road and see the huge field that will be filled with solar panels. It's destroying a view that I think is very good, and it's destroying farming land. And if you travel from Ashwell, as I did coming back, and you're at a higher ground at Ashwell, when you come over the hill and look at it, it destroys the whole part of that valley. And I think that I would personally vote against this purely on the visual aspect, which is destroying the views around that part of the valley.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. So as many of you know, I'm absolutely passionate passionate about environmental issues, and I've been planning and transport exec for the last 2 years, and I've discussed many times with officers and with colleagues about the merits of solar farms. And my view is every solar farm has to be considered on its own merits. So I support solar farms in the right places. And I support renewable energies, and I understand that we need that. I also support our net zero targets that we have put in place following the climate emergency, and I think it is the biggest threat facing mankind. I totally concur with that. However, this is not going to actually help. As we've heard, it's going to go into the national grid, so it doesn't directly benefit. It's more of an offsetting than actually addressing our carbon net zero in this district. Obviously, it helps globally. It's a global issue, but not this specific district. So I don't think the case for it helping to meet our net zero is valid. I think this accusation comes down to 3 main things. I think it comes down to the chalk uplands and the visual impact, which I think is actually the most serious consideration. Our officers have put in the report that they acknowledge there would be harm to that. And the NPPF talks about solar farms should not be on best and most versatile land of grade 1, 2 or 3A, and this is grade 2. Then thirdly, the construction traffic that we've talked a lot about. But so overall, I am minded to refuse this on the basis of the visual impact. I concur with Councillor Muir. I would refuse it on that alone. But I think the best and most versatile land is another very valid reason included in the NPPF for refusing it. I think planning is all about balance. Our officers have weighted it in a particular way, but I think it's equally valid to weight it slightly differently, which would result in a refusal. So I'm minded to refuse.
Thank you very much. And you managed to get through all of that without making any kind of arguments to distinguish from Great Wymondley, which was impressive. Any further points on the debate? So we've had the recommendations contained within the report to approve the application with all of the associated conditions proposed by Councillor Debenham and seconded by Councillor Mantle. I've heard some members speak in favour of that, and I've also heard some members speak against that. Final chance for anybody else to speak on this particular proposal before I move us to a vote. Nope. See, Councillor Mantle's itching. Are you wanting to vote, aren't you? You are wanting to move me along. Yes, I'm being hurried along by my members. All right, then. Right. We've had good scrutiny tonight. We've heard a lot of arguments. Thank you, colleagues, for participating in the debate. Can we have a vote, please? Why should you do this to me?
Okay. The vote is tied, Chair. Sorry. So you will need to cast the deciding vote, Chair. Thank you.
Well, this has been a challenging one, hasn't it? This is a really tough balancing act, and actually this is what planning committees are all about. And new members, I do not envy you having this as your very first planning control committee meeting at North Herts. So on the one hand, we've got some national policies which to some extent could be viewed as being contradictory in respect of our commitments to net zero, energy security, but then we've also got the best use of agricultural land and how we approach balancing food production versus the very real and pressing need to transition towards green energy. We've also got locally our own policies, and we've also got referencing back to previous decisions, which could be referred to as precedent, but equally I view them more as advisory. Great Wymondley, in my view, can be distinguished from this application on a number of grounds. However, one of the grounds would be the distance from the solar farm to the relevant grid connection point. We've heard tonight that there isn't any energy loss, and that, from the information I've been provided with in order to base my decision upon, means that I can't rely upon that particular issue as a material consideration. The generation of both locations is within a small number of megawatts. We're talking about large sizes of energy, obviously, when we're talking about megawatts, but the difference between what the capacity of both sites is limited. I made the point and I asked the question because I was slightly irked by reference in the report to how this would meet the district's energy needs. It clearly doesn't meet the district's energy needs. It goes to the national grid. It's offsetting. But climate change is everybody's responsibility, isn't it? And we've all got a part to play in that. And if every district simply said, we're not going to press ahead with green energy because it doesn't directly benefit our residents, then nobody would do it. If you don't recycle your food waste, you're contributing and you're part of the problem. It's a similar argument for this, isn't it? The construction management plan, I think that I've heard sufficient from the applicant, from our highways officer and from our own local officers to feel confident that as that is developed, there will be collaborative work that bears in mind the risks and the harm. And also I'm mindful that this is a 35-week period at the start of the commissioning. And then we've got the decommissioning period at the end. So those high volume traffic movements, the impact on the roads, are only going to be for a short part of this particular application. The question is the harm that is potentially going to be caused during that period of time sufficient to weight this as a point against it? I thank members of the committee for putting me in a very difficult position when I've come to this with an open mind, and I've been sitting on the fence all night, and I could argue this round and round in circles. I hear the point about grazing and about methane production as well. We can't force people not to farm livestock at the end of the day. I'm vegan. Let's leave it at that. I think on balance, colleagues, having heard some really, really great submissions and fully understanding and appreciating the points that have been made, I don't think that the visual amenity issues are sufficient for me to place substantial weight on. And I think that our duty and policy around a transition to renewable energy generation, both locally and also at a national level, does carry considerable weight. And having weighed everything up, having read both this application, the previous application, the papers on the portal, considered other similar decisions and whether they are of the same type or if they have key distinguishing factors, I think that I would be minded to support the officer recommendation to approve this application. I know that this is not going to be a decision that residents are happy with. It is a very difficult and challenging balancing act. However, I hope that you are satisfied that this committee has applied a considerable amount of scrutiny to this matter. I can see you shaking your heads, and I understand the journey that we go on with this. However, I will be boring and procedural. Section 58 of our Constitution, which regulates this committee, in Appendix 1 to Section 8 of the Members' Planning Code of Good Practice adopted on the 18th of April 2024, states that members should make sure that if you are proposing, seconding or supporting a decision contrary to officer recommendation or the development plan, that you clearly identify and understand the planning reasons leading to this conclusion or decision. These reasons must be given prior to the vote and be recorded. It will help to take advice from officers when and where necessary to do this. And if there are no indications allowing you to do this in advance of this meeting, it may be helpful to request a short adjournment for these purposes. Be aware that you may have to justify the resulting decision by giving evidence in the event of any challenge at a planning appeal and or during any court proceedings. we've got the national policy, we've got the local policies. I know the emotion behind this. I know and I fully understand and appreciate why residents are concerned on this, but I haven't had sufficient evidence presented to me that causes me to think that the harms that this application could cause significantly outweigh the benefits. Planning is, rightly or wrongly, a permissive regime, and there hasn't been anything that I can hang my hat on, and that I feel confident that I would be able to stand up in front of appeal and successfully argue to allow me to reject this. I'm sorry. All right. Bearing in mind it's 11:30, colleagues, I'm going to allow members of the public to leave the room. Oh, do I need to take a vote? So I need to.
Yeah. So the motion is carried, Chair.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you. Thank you. So if members of the public who would very much like to go home to bed and have some well-earned rest are happy to leave, I'll let you vacate the room. Members of the committee, I propose, given it is 11:30, we take a brief 5-minute adjournment. I'll let you rest, get your thoughts together, and then we'll press on with the final applications. I've got the wrong application. Hey, thank you very much, everyone. We are now back online and live streaming. Thank you to officers, committee members. Stop distracting me. It's at that time of night now where I'm not responsible for not responding to that. And thank you very much as well to our remaining applicants, advocates, and members of the public who have stayed with us to this very late hour. I shall do my best not to keep you any longer than is absolutely necessary. So, shall wait for my planning officer to take his seat. There we go. Item number 9 is application 23/01749/FPH, 45 West Street, Lily, Luton, Hertfordshire, LU2 8LN. There's an associated application to this as well, which is the agenda item number 10, which is planning reference 23/01750/LBC, relates to the same property. I propose that to save us doubling up on time and to be efficient, we take all of the representations and reports on these in one go. I'm not going to allot or whoever there are, any additional time unless you absolutely scream at me that you can't possibly do justice to things. Councillor Barnard, that wasn't a scream. I don't know what face that was. It was something though. However, although we're going to hear all the evidence at once, we will still need to vote on these as 2 individual and distinct items. So I'll guide the committee through that when we get on to that point. So I will now hand over to Ben Glover to present his reports.
Thank you, Chair. So I do have a couple of updates just to provide before we get started. The first one is the applicant has provided the response letter to the Conservation Officer's original objections to the scheme, in which they're setting out their arguments for approval, but also an alternative proposal to the originally submitted scheme. Yep, sure. This document has been made available to view on the NHD website prior to this meeting. And in response to the applicant's letter, Mark Simmons, our Senior Conservation Officer, provided a response to the applicant's letter, which has also been made available to view on the website prior to this meeting. So to summarise, the Conservation Officer still maintains their original objection, which is that the proposal would result in less than substantial harm and development would not deliver any public benefits that would outweigh the harm identified. And then my final update is that, therefore, whilst we acknowledge the letter from the applicant and the proposed changes within that letter, they are not up for consideration. It remains the original scheme for determination. So on to the slides, please. Okay, so this is a combined household application and listed building consent application for the erection of a 2-storey side and single-storey rear extension, insertion of roof lights to existing outbuilding, and a construction of a single-storey detached garage following demolition of the existing garage. The application is recommended for refusal. So this is the first slide, which shows the location of number 45 West Street. It's an end of terrace property situated within the Lily Conservation Area and is also a Grade 2 listed built property. Next slide, please. So this is the first photo taken from the access to the application site. Number 45 is a property to the right with the white garage, with the 2 dormers at the first floor level there. Next photo, please. So this is a close-up of the front elevation of the property. Next photo. Again, this is a photo taken from the front of the property with the existing garage and on the right. Next photo, please. Photo taken from within the rear garden of the property, showing the rear elevation, side elevation, and the garage there as well. Next photo. A close-up of the side elevation. Next photo, please. A photo taken from the garden again, looking at the rear of the garage and also the side elevation. Next photo. Another photo of the side elevation. Next photo, please. So this is taken from with the rear elevation of the property on my right side, looking at neighbouring properties and their rear elevations. Next photo. And then this is the existing outbuilding, which is proposed to have 2 roof lights put in. Next photo. And then this is the rest of the terrace, or at least it's an L-shaped terrace, so it continues round to the side there. But this is a bit of context. Next slide. So here we have the existing elevations and floor plans. Next slide, please. Here we have the proposed block plan, which shows the location of the detached garage, outbuilding, and also the layouts of the extension. Next slide, please. Yep, here we have the proposed elevations and floor plans. Thank you. And finally, I believe these are the proposed, this is proposed single-story garage and the proposed works to the outbuilding. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members have any questions or points of clarification they want to ask the officer? Okay, no, just to assist, I'm mindful of the time of night, Ben. Could you walk us through what the changes that were proposed in the applicant's letter were?
Yep, so in short, they proposed it was still a two-story side extension, but it was slightly reduced in height and setback further from the front elevation.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions being indicated at this point in time. I can see Councillor Barnard pulling faces at me. You've got your chance to speak shortly. Right. So the first person I have registered to speak is Parish Councillor Nicola Price. Because there's only one of you supporting this, you get a grand total of 5 whole minutes to speak. I know, aren't you lucky? So over to you.
So I'm here tonight showing support for this listed building application, both as a parish councillor for Lily and also as a resident of the village. Our parish takes a lot of pride in its heritage and the appearance of Lily. We've historically been very vocal about any schemes that might harm the overall aesthetic characteristics of these heritage assets. However, I'm here today to emphasise that this application is in alignment with our commitment to preserve both the historical significance and also the charm of our village. I consider it important at this point to emphasise that we are a very small village. We need young families. We want people to be able to bring up their children and be a part of village life in homes that are able to sustain this. The Lily Conservation Charter, re-evaluated in 2020, details key notable features of properties in the central part of the conservation area. A large proportion of these houses are detached or semi-detached, and they do enhance the open feel of the village. We believe this proposed scheme adheres to these criteria. By removing the garage, it will increase the open feel between the applicant's house and their neighbours. The materials and architectural design details proposed are in harmony within the area and would allow for further preservation of 45 West Street for its future. Emma and James, the applicants, have demonstrated a commitment to preserving the heritage of their home, sympathetically restoring and ensuring it maintains its original character. But with a growing family, having lived there for 10 years, their need for a third bedroom is very apparent. The current second bedroom has a very small floor space and is restricted by height. Emma and James are valued and well-known contributors to the village community, sitting on the parish council, but they're also part of the junior school PTA, run annual children's activities, and it would be a real shame to see them have to move on. Lily Parish Council have been approached by immediate neighbours to the property and indeed the wider village, expressing support of the application in question and have urged us as a parish council to back this. As touched on previously, we want young people and families to put down roots in the village. It's worth noting that there have been other planning schemes that could be considered intrusive within our conservation area that have been granted approval. And in contrast, the application for 45 West Street should not be considered so. The cottage does not front onto the road, meaning the proposed extension wouldn't be visible to passers-by, further demonstrating the minimal impact this would have on the overall appearance and character of our village's conservation area. There is a precedent already for some modifications. An example would be Horseshoe Cottage, just down the road, an almost identical Grade 2 listed building which received approval for a 2-storey rear extension 10 years ago. This previous approval highlights the merit of the current application and strongly supports its acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You had over 2 minutes left. Very well done. Do members of the committee have any questions for Nicola? No, seeing nobody indicate. Right. Councillor Barnard, as ward advocate, you get a whole 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before you start timing me, could I just ask on a point of order? The application was stated by the officer that this would be taken on the original application, but I don't believe that that's fair, because on the 11th of November, the applicant actually answered Mark Simmons' inquiries and recommendations. For instance, the take off the render and make it a brick face and so on and so forth. And so it's unfair to basically consider the original application when it's been amended.
Now, you can't raise a point of order, I don't think, because you're not a member of the committee, unfortunately. However, through myself, I can raise that as a question to the officer, and I apologise for not doing it at the appropriate time. I think there's a slight valid point. Can you give me a brief response to that question, please, Ben?
Yeah, sure. So no actual amended plans were submitted to us, only this letter in response to Mark's comments. And Mark responded to that in that he is still would not accept the principle of a 2-storey site extension at his property.
Okay, so it seems to me that the issue is not the render and the finish, it's the size of the property, it's the elevations, the increased floor space, etc. Right, now we've done that. Councillor Barnard, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I shall reverse my little bit, and I will say, first of all, 8.1, where the planning permission is recommended for refusal, and the first very line of that is, by reason of the extension's height and rendered finish. That actually then negates this recommendation, because it was a letter on response to Mr. Simmons' letter of the 9th of November, was replied to on the 11th of November, offering to move the property back, lower the roof, and take the render off and a brick face to match the existing. So I believe that that is very material, in more words than one, to this application, because you can't have a recommendation because of the rendered finish if there is no rendered finish. That's not what the application is about. However, you can decide on that for yourselves. I sent some photographs to everybody, and I hope they managed to receive them. And the photographs that I took are realistic photographs showing the fact that the extension itself cannot be viewed from the road, because it's set back just a little bit, it is set down a little bit, and it's down a track. The only thing that you see is the 1960s horrible precast concrete garage, and that is part of the proposal to remove that and rebuild in materials conducive to the area. Each of the neighbours, including the attached neighbour, have written in full support. And I would point out here that the letter that was sent on the 11th of November in response to Mark Simmons' recommendations, and all of the residents' letters were not put up in the portal until a couple or so weeks away before now. So yeah, it's been unfair all the way through. I think it's an unreasonable situation. But if you look at those photographs, you will see that in no way is it visible from the road. But if you actually look at the last photograph there, you can see that dead opposite is a barn conversion and extension, which was granted by this council only a few months ago, which is going to be very obtrusive in the conservation area and in the middle of the village. So make up your own minds on that one, please. The family comprises of 2 teenage or approaching teenage children, a boy and a girl. The need is for them to have an extra bedroom. The applicant family contribute hugely to the village life, including membership of the parish council, the Women's Institute. The husband cuts the common grass and so on and so forth, and other organisations. villages need people like this. They need families like this. The children's friends are within the village. So quickly running through the report there, if I may. First of all, the date of expiry of the statutory period is the 26th of September this year. Gosh, that's an awful long time. I'm sure it should be 2023, but it says 2024. The other thing there is that the application was actually submitted in August last year. The replies were sent on the 11th of November, and an agreement was agreed extended until the end of January. There was no communication from the officers or anybody at all until a couple of weeks ago when they said, hang on a second, nothing's on the portal. We've had no response. And I think that's totally unfair as well. Looking on here on 4.3.5, it says the extension or alteration of a building, provided that it does not result in disproportionate additions over and above the size of the original building. And 4.3.7 says it would, on balance, not result in an unacceptably disproportionate addition over and above the size of the original building. Therefore, it is considered that the development would not be inappropriate development in the green belt, and therefore the applicant is not required to demonstrate very special circumstances. Now, 23 seconds left. Wow. It says that Lily Parish Council didn't comment. They did. They sent in a letter. That was not on here either. Yeah, I can go on for another 10 seconds. God.
I think
materials have been changed, and so on and so forth. There are other examples in the village where extensions have been granted. This is absolutely invisible from the road. It has no effect on the street scene, the conservation area, the AONB, or anything at all. And I urge people to overturn the recommendation for refusal. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barnard. Questions? Seeing, yes, Councillor Brown.
Sorry,
yes or no? No, we're hitting that time of night, aren't we? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I shall move on to the applicant, which is Ms. Emma Talbot. Over to you, 5 minutes.
Just before I read my speech, I did just want to address the fact that when I log my changes to my planning application, at no point were you saying I'm not acknowledging them. I'm not listening to them. That's utter rubbish. I asked a couple of days ago for you to load pictures of Horseshoe Cottage. You said you would. You haven't done that. We had an extension until the 31st of January. You've gone way past that, in which point we sent a letter of non-determination, in which point you woke up and actually said, oh, we'll take it to committee. And I had a response from Mark Simmons, and yet you're basing this committee meeting on my old application.
I'm hearing some accusations of procedural impropriety. I think that point has been made to officers on this. Right.
Can I read my speech?
I'm going to go on to your speech. 5 minutes.
We love our house, and I know how lucky we are to live here. Sorry.
Make sure you just read. Can I read the speech for her?
Yeah. I'll allow. I can see. Yeah.
So we love our house and know how lucky we are to live here. Over the years, we've sympathetically restored Rose Cottage to what you see today. However, 10 years on, we now desperately need a third bedroom. With our 1.5-storey cottage, the bedrooms are in the eaves, making bunk beds impossible, and the kids still sleep in toddler beds. To continue living here in a community that we love, we need a conventional arrangement with an extra bedroom upstairs. We first started the planning process in 2019 with a pre-application and submitted our first full plans in 2020, making changes in line with feedback received. Despite further alterations to these plans, our application was refused without prior notification. We resubmitted our plans in July last year, received feedback in November, and made further adjustments by December. These changes were only acknowledged on June the 4th, just 9 days before this meeting, by which time this meeting was set against the original objections. The significance of the building and the conservation area has been set out for you today. However, I strongly disagree with the objections made. From a site visit by our planning officer, I asked if there was any reasons from a planning perspective as to why this scheme may be reviewed. The answer, none. Number one, there's no encroachment of privacy to neighbouring properties. Number two, the scheme is of an appropriate scale to the plot size and in keeping with the surrounding buildings. And number three, house already has adequate parking for 5 cars. Furthermore, we propose to remove the unsightly 1960s flat roof garage, which significantly detracts from the property's appearance, an aspect the Conservation Officer greatly supports. From a planning perspective, are there any objections? Our proposal has gained numerous letters of support from our neighbours and the community, including the Parish Council, and we all really struggle to understand the objections when so many other schemes have been permitted in the village. The subservient extension positioning, combined with the natural angle of our house relative to the road, ensures that the extension is almost entirely obscured from public view. 4 main points for refusal are: 1, the eaves and ridge height. We're unable to reduce the height any further while retaining the first floor, but we've hipped the roof line to enhance subservience. I would like to highlight at this stage that the difference between the single-storey pitched extension proposed by the Conservation Officer and our proposal is minimal, only a few courses of brick, due to the house being only 1.5 stories. This element of dispute is key and poses the greatest challenge for us in getting the scheme agreed. Number 2, the continuation of the rear roof plane. This is unavoidable and crucially is at the rear of the house, unseen from public view. Number 3, the principle of creating a 3rd bedroom at first floor. No comment needed. Number 4, the location of the ground floor WC, deeming it is bulkier and an acceptable form at the rear. Our proposal for a cat slide roof to accommodate a downstairs loo is an architectural feature prevalent in the village. I can list 3 buildings which celebrate this character, one being our immediate neighbour. I also fail to understand how a cat slide would be appropriate to the left of the existing rear door as proposed by the Conservation Officer himself, but deemed it as an unacceptable mass on the right of the property. I don't know what that says, sorry.
Right, let me read it.
Okay.
Sorry to repeat some of Nicola's points, but what adds to our confusion is this approval has been previously granted to an identical Grade 2 listed cottage in Lilly. It was a 2-storey rear extension added 10 years ago, 6 houses down from our own. In conclusion, our entire lives are in Lilly, our kids go to their local school, and we desperately want to stay. We feel we have followed the recommendations of the Conservation Officer. The material choices and designs are sympathetic to the current home, and the proposal poses no greater impact than a single-storey extension suggested by the Conservation Officer.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have questions? I'm seeing no one indicate. I've got a question based on the documents that are online. So I can see that there's a document titled Response Letter that our portal is showing as uploaded on the 20th of May, 2024. Is that the most recent proposal for the application?
That we sent back in December, 7 months ago.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that. I think based on that, I have a question for my officers then. The recommendations here in this report, are they based on that proposal letter or are they based on something previous?
No, so the recommendation is based on the original submission. And the reason for that is because what's in the letter is a suggestion, not a formal submission of amended plans to us. That was a letter in response to Mark's comments. And whilst I know that some points being raised about changing to materials, but still the fundamental issue is the height, the 2-storey height. So that is why we are still refusing it on the original submission, which had the material issue, scale issue.
So not to prejudge, because from officers' perspective, no formal application has been made, but hypothetically, were that submitted as a formal application, it is likely that the objection would still remain from the Conservation Officer.
Yeah, because Mark has responded to that letter,
Yeah.
Still stating that he would uphold his objection.
All right, are members clear on that point? I think members are clear on that point. I can see thoughts and feelings, which I can't take into account at this time. Right. Any further questions for the applicant? Councillor Debenham.
Yeah, you mentioned that there was an alternative given to you by the planners, a single floor extension. What's the problem with you doing that?
So back in 2020, a drawing was supplied to me by the conservation officer, whereby he was saying put a single story side extension, but the pitch height is not almost identical to that of the proposal that we have put in. And also we need James has got a disabled mother and we wanted a downstairs toilet to be added. Mark Simmons said that we could put the toilet to the left-hand side of our property, obscuring our back door, but we wouldn't be allowed it on the right side of the property, which it completely baffles me about how he objects to mass and scale, but the mass and scale is on the left-hand side of the property and not on the right. There's no rhyme nor reason to that. We've reduced the height of the original proposal. We came down, and the fact that you didn't actually guide me then on how a formal amendment to my plan should be made. I am a mere mortal. I don't know this process, and you're responsible for guiding me.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions, colleagues? Nope.
Well, it's not really a question. It's more of a, oh yeah, a question. Is there any way? And I understand the lady's predicament, and we all want a resolution here. Surely there's a way that we can get together and get this sorted that's acceptable to all sides.
Well, we can move into the debate and somebody could make a proposal. But before we do that, we need to ask the officer to respond to the issues that have been raised and just to sum up for us, please. So, Ben.
Thank you. So I think I've addressed the point written to what was in the letter and why we've not taken that forward as amended plans. I think other issues were, I know there were points made about the scale of the development being acceptable. That is in terms of its impacts upon Greenbelt rather than the listed building. So they're two separate considerations. Hence, that's why it's broken down into a report into Greenbelt, impacts on the listed designated heritage assets, neighbouring impacts, and parking and environments. So whilst it complies with some parts of local and national planning policy, it doesn't with others, in our view. With regards to other development granted nearby, I think as we said before, each application is considered based on its own merits. I don't know the full details of other applications granted nearby. Bear with me. So yes, also a note of the visibility of the development from within the highway. The assessment from a conservation point of view, as it's a grade 2 listed building, is the impact of the development upon special character of that listed building. I think that's all my points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Mason indicating. Is this a point of order or?
I was trying to preempt the next stage of.
Are you preempting the next stage? Right. So we're at that stage now, colleagues, where we need a motion of some type. You can propose a motion to accept the officer recommendation. You might seek to defer, or you might seek to come up with something completely different. I know Michael's popped his mic on, but I'm going to go to Councillor Mason first.
Thank you. I'm trying to work out how I'm supposed to propose this. Firstly, complete respect to the officers who I know are trying to juggle a difficult set of facts and trying to do the right thing. But two things I am very minded by on this. One is I know there doesn't appear to be any objections from people who live in the vicinity at all to this. And I think that certainly should be a consideration. Secondly, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but as someone who's brought up in a village, I think it's incredibly important that our villages they're not museums. They are living parts of our community. And I would like to propose, whatever it is I have to propose, that, that I'm not sure which way we have to vote to ensure that the planning permission is given for the extension.
So, we could reject this, but I think what I'm hearing is a motion to propose that we accept the application on the basis of that letter, which you've said was submitted quite some time ago, but was only uploaded to our portal on the 20th of May, 2024. I'm sure that officers will know the letter that I'm referring to and are able to locate it. So I've had Councillor Mason propose that this committee accepts that as an application. Are we allowed to accept that as an application? Is there a better form of words to serve what we're trying to do here? Or approving? Sean, have you got some words?
Yes, the letter was submitted as an inquiry rather than a formal amendment to the application before us. It's suggesting some changes to the scheme. If members were minded to, for example, grant planning permission based upon the proposed changes to the render, it could be dealt with by condition. The condition would say, notwithstanding the materials submitted on the original scheme, revised details shall be submitted and approved relating to the external materials of the building. In other words, allow them to change the materials to that shown on the submitted formal drawings and application. So that can be done by condition. The height, that's more difficult to deal with by condition. I think members would probably need to consider the original submission and whether they consider the height to be acceptable or not, and what the differences are between the height proposed in the submitted letter and the height of the extension as shown in the submitted drawings.
Okay, and what is the difference in height, very briefly?
Do you know what
I don't have the height difference to hand. I don't know if it states in the letter.
Right, let me have a look. If either Councillor Barnard or applicant can assist on the height issue, that might be beneficial. Otherwise, members, what we could do is effectively, I'm hearing a proposal that we accept the application and we add in a condition in respect to the render and the brickwork. Okay. Is that your proposal? I'll strip it back. Councillor Mason, are you proposing what I just said?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, I am proposing what you just said.
Excellent. I like to hear that. Who got in there first? Okay, I've had a motion proposed, but I've got 3 lights on. They are in the order: Councillor Muir, Councillor Peace, and then Councillor McDonnell. Before I start taking them, are any of you intending to second this? All 3 of you are intending to second this. Do all 3 of you want to speak? Do you feel the need to speak on this? Councillor Muir is looking intent. Councillor Muir.
I think I should. I did go and have a look at this site, and I'm full in agreement that the shed type garage would never have got permission in a conservation area in today's circumstances. So that's a vast improvement, that coming down. I didn't go into the garden, but I looked from the garage, and quite honestly, I don't see any reason why our conservation officer wants to refuse it. So I am willing to second the proposal that we accept it.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful we've also got one further application after this, guys. I'll let that point hang. Councillor Peace.
Very briefly, I also went to visit this location, and exactly as Councillor Muir, I can see no reason not to allow this extension to go ahead and get rid of that awful garage. And I also snooped around the back and I saw that most of the others in this road extended to the back. I can't see any reason not to allow it.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor McDonnell.
I think the fact that this couple are very active in their community and would stay in the community because of this extension being granted, third the proposal.
All fourth. I'm Spartacus. I absolutely agree with everything that colleagues have said on this tonight. I'm also mindful, actually, of the need for our villages to be supported, for us to have vibrant communities. And I do think that ensuring that we are able to keep young families who are part and parcel of making that a productive community is absolutely essential. It's not relevant or material to this at all, but Councillor Barnard will recall the issues we had with Hexton School as well. And I do not want to see another one of our villages head in that direction. That's not material. That's not had a bearing on my thoughts and feelings on this application. Councillor Claydon.
Yeah, just super briefly, we were asking, I think, whether we could have clarification on the difference in height. I think I heard from behind me that the applicant can help clarify what that difference is, just for the sake of clarity.
Well, the thing is, the proposal is to accept on the original application's height because officers did not receive or register a amendment formally or a new application based on that height. So the only change that we're making is inserting that condition in respect of the render. So the finish of the building ought to be the brickwork. So the height originally applied for as part of this application is what we're, as a committee, saying that we're happy to proceed with. And I think the rationale and the reason for that is going to be based upon the information that we've got there in that floor plan. It's not significantly increasing it. We've heard, and we think that it doesn't have a significant visual impact. It doesn't harm the character and nature of the village. In fact, there are arguments made that it will support the vitality and viability of the village as a whole. And I've seen and certainly not heard any points made that I feel are relevant in respect of green belt issues either. So we've dealt with this as a single header for two separate applications. Do I need to do two separate votes? And effectively, the two votes are going to be pretty much the same issue. We need another proposer and seconder, but it'll be effectively the same applications, the same form of words if members want. Yep. Okay. So Councillor Mason's proposal. Oh, I've got Councillor Brown, sorry.
I was just going to be the second proposer. But
Oh no, well, I've got Councillor Mason. We'll deal with that in a minute. Right, this one, Nigel and Michael are the team on this with thirds and fourths. Can we have a vote, please?
Chair, a motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Now the vote in respect of agenda item number 10. We don't know what we're voting on. I need somebody to make a proposal in respect of this application. Councillor Brown.
I propose that we grant this application on the basis that it's not causing any undue harm and there is precedent in the same in a similar location.
Thank you very much. Councillor Muir.
I'd like to second that proposal.
I shall allow you to second that, Councillor Muir. Thank you very much. Do colleagues wish to repeat what they said previously? May we please have a vote?
And that vote is carried, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is going to neatly bring us on. Get rid of that. That brings us on to agenda item number 11, which is application 22/01687/FP, land on the north side of Purton Road, Holwell, Hertfordshire, SG5 3SN. And in a repeat of what happened on the first substantive item we heard this evening, this time it will be Councillor Peace who needs to declare an interest and move to the public speaking gallery following her speech. So I see Councillor Peace has relocated to the correct place so that she can speak as the ward advocate. Once we are all sitting comfortably and ready, I'll pass over to Andrew Hunter to present his report on this item.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There are no updates to reports for this, so we can move straight to the presentation, please. So we go to the first slide. Yep, here is the here is a site plan. It's largely open but overgrown with some small trees on the south and the west boundaries. There are two dwellings to the north and the east that are both Grade 2 listed, which are Church Farm and Old Church House respectively, and there is a third between them that is not listed. St. Peter's Church opposite to the south is also Grade 2 listed. The site is in Holwell, a Category B village in Local Plan Policy SP2, and the site and Holwell are within the rural area beyond the Greenbelt. If we go to the next slide, please. So this shows the front boundary, including the access. The next photo, please. This is looking west along the front boundary. And next photo, the rest of the front boundary looking east, which includes land in a blue edged area on the location plan. Next slide. This is a close-up view of the existing access. Next slide. This is opposite the front of the site with St. Peter's Church and a terrace of 7 to 10 Purton Road. Next slide. This is looking south down Purton Road. Next slide. This is looking north into the site with the dwelling Church Farm visible at the back. Next slide. And this is looking northeast into the site, which also now includes the other listed dwelling, Old Church House on the right side. Next slide. This is looking at the southwest corner of the site. And next slide. This is looking up the west boundary, and there is also a public footpath there on the left-hand side, which runs up past the site. Next slide. So this is a terrace of nearby bungalows on Holwell Road to the east. And last photo, it shows some other nearby dwellings on the south side of Holwell Road, kind of opposite the bungalows. Next slide. So this is the site location plan with red and blue edged areas. Next slide. A closer existing site plan. Next slide. The proposed site plan, which is showing the proposal for which is the erection of 6 two-story dwellings, widening the existing access and associated hard and soft landscaping. Next slide. This is these are the plans of the Plot 1 dwelling, which is the southernmost house of the 6. Next slide. The Plot 2 house, which is at the west of the site, north of Plot 1. Next slide. The plans for Plots 3 and 4, which are in the middle of the northern group. And next slide. Plots 5 and 6 in the northeast of the site. And last plan showing the proposed carports, which, as you can see, are south of Plot 6. That's the end of the slides. The recommendation is to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do colleagues have any questions for Andrew? Nope. Right. If there are no, oh yes, Councillor Brown.
Can you comment on the highway's objection to the size of the carports, please?
Yes, my view on that is that it's our view as the local planning authority to determine whether the size of parking spaces are acceptable. And I think in this case, the carport sizes are proposed to be, if I'll just go up to where I've stated the dimensions in 4.3.26. They would measure 5.3 by 2.8 meters, which is larger than a traditional parking space of 2.4 by 4.8 meters. So in my view, they would be of a sufficient size, and I don't give the highways officer view comments sufficient weight in that case to be an objection.
Can I have a further question, please? Chair. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. I think I hope I've got this right. There are EV and heat pumps, but no solar panels. Is that correct?
Yes, no solar panels
Right.
are shown on the plans.
Okay. And you say in your report this is a sustainable location because there are buses. Can you comment on how frequent those buses are in 4.3.28? You talk about buses. I mean, do they go regularly or do they go once a day? That sort of.
I don't know how
You don't
frequently
know.
they go.
Okay.
But there are bus stops, and
Because
there are
obviously
some
that makes a
at
difference
least.
to whether it's a sustainable location.
I think it's more. I would say it's sustainable more so because it's within a category B village, and it complies with policy SP2 of the local plan.
Councillor Mantle has knowledge of the bus routes.
It's not a particularly frequent service, but it is a regular one throughout the day. Route 89.
Thank you very much. It's a nice bit of teamwork answering that question there. Councillor Claydon.
I think there's also a query or an objection about biodiversity net gain or the lack of it. Is that something you can comment on?
Yes, I mean, there is a condition 13 which is recommended that if permission is granted, that the applicant would need to provide a landscape and ecological management plan, with part of that condition setting out that a biodiversity net gain would be provided as part of that. And if permission is granted and the condition is imposed, then any submission would be sort of consulted with either the council's ecologist or Hertfordshire Ecology to ensure that that a net gain would be able to be provided.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Brown.
One more question. It's proposed for 4 beds and 2 3 beds. Is that, are you satisfied that that's the kind of housing that's required in the village?
I think for a small scale development like this, I'm satisfied with the mix.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions indicated. So I shall move on then to the objectors. So I have got Parish Councillor, Yvonne Hart. Thank you for staying with us. You've got 5 minutes, Yvonne.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to represent the views of the residents of Holwell this evening. I know it is very late, so I will keep this as short as possible and hopefully you can all stay awake. As Chair of Holwell Parish Council and on behalf of our village residents, I object to this planning application. The first point I would like to make is that the proposed development is outside of the village boundary. Holwell is a mainly linear village and this development does not follow the aesthetics of the village, being, in our opinion, backfilled proposition. Don't want it to set a precedent for future developments in our village. My second point of objection is that the proposed development has made no consideration to affordable housing, being 4 and 3 bedroom properties. This is in no way beneficial to our small village or its residents and is not needed. Thirdly, there are a number of working farms in the immediate vicinity using large vehicles on a regular basis. There's regular delivery vehicles, buses, and a high reliance on cars as public transport is not regular enough and Holwell has no shop, no school, so residents do have to use cars. Yes, there is a bus service, not that frequent and none on Sunday. The proposed site is on a dangerous bend in the village with parked cars already an issue, and the photos that were shown there does not show the normality of the parked cars in that area. There would be limited visibility around the bend, could be hazardous. The proposed development would add to the issues, increasing the number of cars on the road. And although some consideration has been made for parking areas, there is still a shortfall and there is nowhere to go if additional cars are visiting or staying on site. We have a growing number of children in the village and would like them to have the freedom of walking, bike riding, and being safe around their homes. Next, we're concerned about the impact on existing infrastructure, particularly the sewage system in Holwell, which has lately seen an increase in problems within the village, and this would only be exacerbated by adding this development. My next point is based on the potential damage to existing residential buildings and our wonderful Grade 1 listed church in particular, which many residents are fearful could be structurally damaged by the construction of the site. I've been approached by a number of residents who are extremely concerned about the adverse effect this development would have on our local wildlife, which is at present thriving and diverse. The proposed site is currently a feeding ground for bats and particularly owls who are regularly seen, always heard, and they are breeding successfully. The disruption of a building site would likely change this dramatically. Holwell will not benefit in any way from this development, not financially, aesthetically, ecologically, infrastructurally. I could go on, but I hope I have managed to put across the views of our residents and the overall objection that they have about this development. Holwell never receives any financial gain from developments as they are always too small for any S106 planning benefits, but we have to suffer disruption, inconvenience and added burden to our small village. I realise the development of 6 houses may seem insignificant compared to previous applications tonight, but to us it is extremely significant. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much. Well done. Any questions? No. Right. In that case, I shall move on to Councillor Peace, 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hart, for staying with us at this late hour. So this is an application for 6 dwellings in Holwell. It's not a local plan site. As member advocate for Caswell Ward, I object to this development for 3 reasons. Biodiversity and habitat loss, development of a location that is unsustainable due to absolute reliance on transport by private vehicles, and finally, road safety issues that are exacerbated by inadequate parking provision. First, ecology. An ecological survey was submitted by the applicant in July 2022, and comments on this by Herts Ecology have been given significant weight. Many local residents have commented on the abundance of wildlife on this site, and Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust objected on the basis that a biodiversity net gain calculation has not been provided. Although this will be secured by condition, it would have been preferable for members of this committee to have this information prior to decision. The proposed dwellings are 4 4-bedroom properties and 2 3-bedroom properties, altogether 6 family-sized dwellings. For those members not familiar with Holwell Village, it is a small village of approximately 150 homes to the north of Hitchin. It has few facilities, no shop, no pub, no primary school. There is a bus service that runs 7 times a day. However, the owners of these homes will be reliant on their cars. Any family with primary school-aged children will be driving them to Purton or into Ickleford or Hitchin, a difficult drive in rush hour traffic via the already congested A600. For those with secondary school-aged children, there is a school bus provided by Herts County Council that collects via a rural route, of which Holwell is the final stop. Last year, this bus was so oversubscribed that children were being refused travel or were travelling standing up on a dangerously overcrowded bus. Although now resolved by additional services, smaller infill developments like this one will put pressure on services again and provide no S106 planning obligations towards their additional costs. Finally, one of the key issues highlighted in the officer report at 431 is the impact that the proposed development would have on car parking provision and the public highway in the area. In their comments, residents have noted that parking in this area is already limited and that the development access is off a blind 90-degree bend in the centre of the village. All of the documentation supplied by the applicant, such as swept path analyses, show a clear road at the 90-degree bend, but this is never the case. The lack of parking in the area means that the road outside of St Peter's Church on Holwell Road, opposite the site, is always full of parked cars, and 2 cars also usually park in the proposed site entrance. You saw them on the photographs just shown. I agree with local residents who consider the access to the development is dangerous, and it's not clear the highways team visited the site to see these issues in reality. Any vehicles exiting this development will be faced with oncoming vehicles on the wrong side of the carriageway from the left. To exacerbate the parking issues, the officer report notes that the development has a shortfall of 3 visitor parking spaces. This will only add to the parking issues on the road and the road safety issues. The report suggests that visitor parking could be accommodated within the development if necessary. We already have a development in Holwell that has insufficient parking at Rands Meadow. Here, the presence of additional legally parked cars regularly requires vehicles to mount the curb, and in the last month, residents' bins went uncollected as the refuse vehicle was unable to gain access. Based on this experience, it's important that this development has adequate parking, and in the current format, it does not. It is noted that tilted balance applies in this case. However, in its current form, the proposed development causes demonstrable harm to the village in creating an unsafe junction and exacerbating problems with parking that already exist in the area. There will also be habitat loss, and there is no demonstration of 10% biodiversity net gain. This is an infill development of affordable homes that is not needed in the village, and this site was not included in the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Councillor Peace? Yes, Councillor Brown.
Did I hear you say affordable homes? I thought you meant unaffordable. I thought I'd just check that.
If I said affordable, I meant unaffordable.
Yeah, I heard affordable, but I also recall the submissions and the points that have been made previously on this. So I'm satisfied on that. I've got a question actually about the unsafe bend in the road. I'm not necessarily seeing anything from highways on this. What is the view that is an unsafe part of the road based on? Have you got any objective evidence or data to back it up?
Where you would come out of the development, because there are parked cars all the way down past the church, every car that comes from the left-hand side is on the wrong side of the road. So we haven't got any data on how dangerous that would be because we haven't tried it in situ, but it can only be a hazard for road safety if you're trying to get a safe view out of a junction and the traffic's on the wrong side of the road. It's not where people will be expecting it. I don't think highways have properly looked at that.
Thank you. And I'm mindful from the main report that highways didn't actually comment on that issue. So, any further questions, colleagues? No? Okay, I'll pass over to Andrew to pick up any points of response. Oh, sorry. Oh, we do have an applicant. I am so sorry. Yes, So I have the applicant here, which is AJ Shome. You have 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. Oh, Councillor Peace, apparently you have to leave the room.
Are we good? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you, Chair and members. My name is AJ Shome of Fountain Hill Developments, who are both the applicant and also the developer of this scheme, if approved here today, and I guess tomorrow, as it is now. Since early 2022, we have spent a considerable time engaging with the local planning authority, parish council and local conservation officer, and have made numerous amendments and improvements to this scheme. Whilst we appreciate we cannot appease everyone, we would like to address some of the remaining concerns here today in terms of material planning considerations. This proposal seeks to redevelop redundant open land within the village of Holwell to provide a varied mix of 6 new family-sized dwellings. I say redundant because the site historically contained a number of large buildings which were left to ruin, and so the site has remained barren for several decades. As such, this land has no amenity function or useful purpose, and so today represents an ideal opportunity for the creation of very much needed housing on underutilised land in a sustainable village location. Even from a visual perspective, the land does not offer any benefit to the village, as it's concealed behind a dense existing hedgerow and is barely visible from public view. The proposed development, which is set much further back into this land and behind this retained hedgerow, will largely conceal from view any of the future development, and it will have limited visual impact as a result. The principle of development of this site was first accepted within the pre-app response and has continued to be confirmed by the officers and consultees throughout the lifespan. And Holwell is a Category B village, which under policy SP2 is deemed to be a sustainable location for this type and scale of development. There are no formal boundary definitions for this type of village. However, it's clearly situated in a central village location directly off the main road and surrounded by residential development on all 3 sides to the north, east and south of the site, with the Holwell 18 bridleway running alongside the western boundary, denoting the edge of the village. This represents the clearest of infills in planning terms, which is a position that has been repeatedly confirmed throughout the process. The fact this centrally located land once housed several large buildings with their foundations still present today confirms this has always been situated within the core of the village, and the subsequent pattern of development around this land is clear evidence of this fact. In relation to design and appearance, we conducted a character assessment. We gave the greatest consideration to the nearby properties of Church Farm, Old Church House, and those leading up to the site along Purton Road. This helped us form a palette of materials consisting of white render, black weatherboarding, along with traditional brick detailing and red clay tiled roofs. As such, these features have all been incorporated into this scheme. Whilst the site is not in a conservation area, the North Herts Design and Conservation Officer heavily influenced the design and led us to deliver a high quality scheme that is in keeping with its surroundings. In particular, they support the use of black weatherboarding by stating it would be sympathetic to the local character and history, whilst encouraging appropriate innovation and change. And they provided other examples of local Holwell schemes to support this. In relation to highway safety, the existing access is situated on the outside of a bend, which is actually advantageous as it allows for significantly greater visibility displays than are normally required to ensure safe access and egress. An independent transport assessment was submitted, and Hertfordshire Highways have reviewed the proposal and neither raised any concerns whatsoever in relation to being a safe development. And I would also add that I do disagree with some of the comments that were made in relation to that by Councillor Pearce. Furthermore, parking has been provided at a policy compliant level, and there have been suggestions for how overflow in certain circumstances would be dealt with. In terms of ecology, full assessment was commissioned along with a range of mitigations and improvements and deemed acceptable by Hertfordshire Ecology. The main biodiversity value is found primarily towards the hedgerows and land outside of the area, which will be retained and remain unaffected. The addition of landscaping and tree planting within the barren interior of the site would improve overall biodiversity versus the grassland, which Hertfordshire Ecology deem as low ecological value. Per the officer's report, this would impact the tilted balance in favour of sustainable development. And as the developer, we can assure the committee that these houses will be delivered within the next year and contribute to improving near-term housing delivery objectives. Whilst not a planning material consideration, we do appreciate residents' concerns in relation to disruption. And as a considerate developer, we offer our assurances that we'll do our utmost to minimise any disturbances and maintain communication throughout the process. Overall, we firmly believe this proposal provides an ideal opportunity to bring back to life a redundant parcel of land to create low-impact, high-quality housing that is fully compliant with planning policy and contributes to much-needed housing supply in the area. Thank you. Happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Right, questions for the applicant, colleagues? Yes, Councillor Muir.
I notice that it was recommended that there be a desktop archaeological dig. Well, I suppose it can't be as dig on top. It's a bit late, isn't it? I like to ask the question: why hasn't this been sorted out?
Essentially, this is something that you tend to do by condition. We've done another site in a very similar sort of location in another borough. I guess this would probably be better answered by the officers, but ultimately archaeological surveys are generally dealt with by condition, and a process which we as a developer go through as we go through the development.
Yeah, and I've got I think is it condition? I'm reading in the wrong way. I've got condition 10 that deals with the archaeology, and it's the standard boilerplate archaeology condition there. So no demolition or development until the work's been done. Yep, happy with that. Good. Councillor Brown.
You say it's a sustainable location. Is that based entirely on the fact that it's a category B village and that is designated a sustainable location? Is that why you say it's sustainable?
So from a planning policy point of view, that is why we deem it to be a sustainable location. There is something that we didn't include within the condition, but there is a further on-demand bus route which we made inquiries into that could be, and we probably would seek to get that a virtual bus stop also included in the village of Holwell. That's outside of the application, so I don't know if it's worthy of me mentioning that, but that's something that we've made inquiries into in recent times. So we have considered the sustainability, because obviously we are a developer. We are creating homes for people. The nearby, it is also worth noting that it's very close by to Hitchin, not a significant, and the other village of Purton, which has more amenity features, a pub and things like that. So, but fundamentally on planning policy principles, that's, you know, where where we define it to be a sustainable location.
Thank you. Okay, I'm seeing no more colleagues indicating that they have questions. So I will now, you're stuck on, aren't you? Oh, it's fine. Thank you. Right, so if we've got no further questions for the applicant, I will now go back to Andrew to address any further points.
Thank you, Chair. I would sort of make a few points in response to the comments received, that the location is considered sustainable because it, in our view, it complies with policy SP2 in being infilling development, which does not extend the built core of the village. It's not a major application in terms of the number of dwellings and site area, and unfortunately that means it's not subject to requiring affordable housing or other Section 106 contributions, and none have been requested in any case. The there haven't been any highways objections to the to the use and the widening of the existing access for the development. It is considered that the site would be large enough internally for sort of visitor parking that may happen outside of the proposed 2 spaces. And in terms of ecological impacts, I'm satisfied with the views of Hertfordshire Ecology, who had no objections based on the preliminary ecological survey submitted initially, which did not find evidence of protected species or their habitats, and then a net gain would be able to be provided through recommended condition 13.
Right. Thank you very much. So, we've heard all the evidence. Let's move ourselves into debate. I need somebody to propose a motion, whether that's to approve, etc., etc., etc. Councillor Muir.
I've read everything and I've looked at this site as well, and I would like to propose acceptance.
Okay. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Debenham.
Yeah, happy to accept the second.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, debate. Does anybody wish to speak, debate, discuss? Councillor Claydon.
I'm familiar with the area and certainly the road bend there, and it can certainly be a bit hair-raising at times going around that bend. You do not see what's going on, and there are a lot of parked cars around there. The lack of objections from highways notwithstanding, I wonder whether it's possible to consider some kind of condition in mitigation of the fact that bend is a difficult one, is a tricky one in terms of visibility, trying to make sure that it's easier to see around the corners. I don't know, and I recognise this is my first planning meeting. I'm not entirely sure what the sort of parameters are here, but you know, sometimes in bends you have mirrors and this sort of things to help see, you know, around awkward corners and things like that. I don't know whether something like that could be considered in this context, or whether there's something already there and I've missed it, in which case I apologise and put it down to the time of day.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. There isn't a condition currently that covers that point off. Andrew, I don't know if it, or Sean, is that something that you can advise on?
The issue I would have is that if we had one of those mirrors, it would be next to the Grade 1 listed church, and I'm not sure that would be particularly desirable. In this instance, obviously, if it was on the site of the Grade 1 listed church, was on the inside of the bend, then visibility displays would be very poor. But it's on the outside of the bend, so you can see both ways quite well, and that's the basis. I think my highways have not objected, because visibility is good because it's on the outside of the bend and you can see both ways, whereas you wouldn't be able to do it from the church site because you're on the inside of the bend and you won't be able to see much on either side. But one of those mirrors would have to be opposite and therefore in the churchyard, and I'm not sure that would be a good idea in terms of the effect upon the setting of the Grade 1 listed building.
May I follow up?
You may.
Yeah, I take the point. I'm thinking more from the point of view of the traffic that's on the main road itself, because the vast majority of traffic passing through that corner won't be coming in and out of the development. It will be going around the bend still. But it may be that in trying to negotiate what's already a challenging bend, people aren't paying attention to potentially the odd, you know, car coming out of the new development, and therefore may not see it particularly well. I'm just thinking, because you're already having to be a little bit careful as you go around that bend, whichever way around you come. You're right, okay, that if you're coming from the development, you'll have visibility in both directions, great. But for everybody else, which is almost all of the traffic going around that bend, it doesn't help.
I can see us trying to design a condition that would benefit from highways input on the night, which potentially isn't necessarily best practice or helpful, because I think, you know, I hear what you're saying, and I have sympathy for for it as well. But I don't think that it's something that we're going to be able to sensibly come up with, but it might be something that the applicant seeks to take away and reflect upon. That might be a more productive way of dealing with it. If I go next, I have Councillor Debenham.
Thank you. I don't know how relevant this is, but Holwell is on one of my many cycle routes, and the bend where the church is fine. It's the one further down, Waterloo Lane, that is really dangerous, downhill on a tight bend, and there's housing on that. So, you know.
I'm going to say not material, but thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your cycling. Councillor Brown.
Was I next? Sorry. I was just going to make a suggestion that somebody said the part of the problem was the parked cars. Maybe we could ask Highways to do something about condition. Could we put a condition of double yellow lines? Or you're not allowed to do that?
That would require traffic regulation.
Yes, I should know that, shouldn't I? Okay, it's late at night. I don't feel very happy about this application because I don't think the location is sustainable, but because it's classed as sustainable under the SP2, because it's a category B village, I don't think that's grounds for refusal. So I don't think we can really refuse it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Billing.
It was just, I can't even think right now. It was just to ask if there has been consideration looking at a different entry as people are concerned about that particular. I don't drive, so I have no clue what that would be like going around that bend, but if that's been looked into.
Do you want to take that, Sean?
We haven't considered a different entry because there's an existing entrance there, and that would mean that we don't have to remove a load of trees along the frontage, which would screen the development. So we haven't looked at that. No.
Okay, and I'm not hearing any motions that come off the back of that. And if one were proposed, I would say that it would probably be disproportionate and not reasonable for us to go down that potential route, given the advice that Sean's just given us about the trees, etc., etc., and also the absence of Highways objections on this particular point. Councillor Mantle.
Thank you. I think we're losing a sense of proportion here. We're talking about development of 6 houses. I wish someone would come up where we live and see the traffic problems was there. I mean, we're losing a sense of proportions. This possibly occasionally somebody might have to brake. Oh, heaven forfend.
Flippancy. Material considerations, but point taken. And I think that's a nice jog to move us onwards, isn't it, to a vote. So I've had a motion proposed that the committee accepts the officer's recommendation to approve. I've had that seconded, I believe. Thank you very much. So could we move to a vote, please?
That motion is carried, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, we have one final item on which is agenda item 12, which is our appeals tracker. Sean, I know that the agenda for next week's meeting has already been published. I also know that there comes a certain point at night when scrutiny is no longer effective and good decisions tend never to be made. I feel we are rapidly approaching that point. Is there a mechanism for us to defer agenda item 12 and add it on to the agenda for next week's planning committee, please?
This is an item for information, so there's no particular issue with that. We can consider it next time.
I think then, colleagues, if you're happy, I would propose that we defer agenda item 12 so that we can actually look at it and apply some proper thought and consideration and scrutiny. Councillor Mason dissents. I'm not going to make us do a formal vote. Can I have a show of hands? We're happy with that? Yeah, good, good, excellent. Thank you very much. In that case, I will bring this meeting to a close. Thank you very much for your hard work. It's been a baptism of fire for a lot of you. I greatly appreciate your time. Enjoy your morning.